Russo-Turkish War of 1877-1878. Firstly, sorry. Lands since the 16th century to lead a serious war between Ottoman Empire and Russia, resulting in significant migration movements. This can be divided into three main periods. The first period began with the Treaty of Küçükkaynarca and lasted until the Crimean War. The second began after the Crimean War and defeat of the Sheikh Shamil continuing until the 1877. During both these periods, nearly 300,000 migrants arrived in the Ottoman territories. The third period covers the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-1878 and the subsequent migrations. In contrast to the early period, the migration following the defeat in the Russo-Turkish War involved Muslim Turkic peoples fleeing Russia's policy and seeking refuge in the Ottoman lands. The forced migration caused by the Russo-Turkish War, along with the attacks by various militant groups targeting the Turkish people and other minority communities, such as Circassians and the Crimeans, led substantial migration movements toward Anatolia. Actually, these migrants were primarily descendants of Turkish population who had established themselves in the Balkans between the 13th and the 16th century. The Russo-Turkish War is known in Bulgarian historiography as a war of independence, the same in Romanian, while in the Turkish historiography it's called War of 93 or in Turkish 93 Harbi. The war began in April 1877 when the Russian army entered the Romania. In June, Russo-Romanian forces crossed to the Danube to move into the Ottoman Bulgaria. The primary fronts of the war were Danube and Eastern Anatolia region. At the end, Ottomans lost the war after the Treaty of San Stefano was signed, but due to the various objections, it was replaced by the Treaty of Berlin, which was signed between the Ottoman Empire and the European powers. You can see in the picture Russo-Turkish War, the Balkan front of the Russo-Turkish War. Migration from the Balkans during the Russo-Turkish War, the mass migration of Muslims from Ottoman lands became unavoidable due to the several factors. The primary cause of this migration including the retreat of the Ottoman army, which Muslim was followed the army, advance of the Russian army, of course, and attack by militias against the Muslim population. This phase of war compelled the Muslim population to migrate systematically to safer areas within the Ottoman territory in order to secure their survival. This migration movements took place in accordance with important historical events. I will show you the map of the migration waves, and when you are examining the map, I will explain to you the war and the migration waves. The migration was significantly influenced by the advance of the Russian army. It began in Balkan region when the Russians were expected to cross to Danube. Anticipating this, Ottoman Marshal Abdülkerim Pasha ordered the evacuation of the northern Dobruja, leaving the lower Danube undefended. Consequently, on 25 April 1877, the governor of the Danube decided to relocate the population of Constanta to safeguard the lives and property of the Muslim and Christian residents of the northern Dobruja. Simultaneously, the same time, Bulgarian attacks to Tulja made it increasingly difficult for the migrants to withdraw. Starting with the 23 June 1877, the Ottoman population of Tulja, Machin, Hırsova, and Babada moved toward to Varna, as you can see here, and Silistre. The Muslims in this area sought refuge in the regions surrounding Shumnu and Osmanpazarı. When the Russians shelled the cities along the Danube before crossing it, the most of this region I'm mentioning, the most of the 25,000 residents of Ruse in here Ruschuk, began to migrate to Shumnu and Varna, the southern part. As General Gurkha's forces captured the Shipka Pass, the population fled toward to Plovdiv and Edirne. This way. Additionally, by the 23 December 1877, 40,000 refugees had settled in the Sofia. When the Russian occupied Sofia, some refugees moved to the Skopje, and while others fled to the Plovdiv and Tatar Pazarcık. After the fall of the Pleven, the Russian forces on 10 December 1877, large numbers of refugees arrived in Plovdiv. By January 1878, attacks in the Wild Valley between Plovdiv and Haskova forced the population to retreat toward the Rhodops and the provinces of Edirne. The arrival of massive migration caravans in Edirne caused panic among the local population, prompting many to leave the city. Consequently, large wave of migration spread from the Edirne and its surrounding to regions such as Tekirdağ, Istanbul, Gallipoli, and Thessaloniki. By the January 1878, Turkish immigrants from Romania began crossing the Marmara Coast to Anatolia. Approximately 500,000 Turks living in Danube and Edirne in the region perished during this war, either from violence, starvation, or illness. Over 1 million Muslim Turks were forced to migrate. The mass migration triggered by this war persisted for many years. The main purpose of this study is to provide detailed information on the migration from the Balkans to the Ottoman Empire during and after this war. An important problem encountered at this point is population data of migrants. Many researchers have put forward different figures regarding the population of the migrants, as it's not possible to determine these figures precisely in many respects, since in the mid-19th century, the territory of today's Turkey had been fed by migration in a way that can be called uninterrupted. Some of the remarkably accurate studies on the subject are as follows. For example, Kemal Karpat is one of them. According to him, during the Russo-Turkish War, 1.5 million migrants had to seek refuge in Ottoman lands. Another is Justin McCarthy put the number of immigrants who had to migrate after the Russo-Turkish War, 1,253,500 people. Similarly, Nedim İpek also has made a detailed study on the subject, gave the number of immigrants who had to migrate from the Balkans as 1,230,000. Firstly, we can see the temporary settlements, Turkish immigrants who temporarily left their country during the war and plan to return after the war, accumulated in unoccupied Turkish lands in Romania tried to settle them in places suitable for settlement. Due to the shortage of space in Rumelia, some of them were temporarily settled in province close to Rumelia, and some of them were settled Anatolia. Placement of this place of settlements of the immigrants, due to the overcrowding of immigrants in Istanbul, it was considered that they should be resettled in nearby cities such as Izmir, Bursa, and Thessaloniki. Eventually, the decision was made to send them to various parts of Anatolia. Between July 1877 and September 1879, a total of 387,804 immigrants arrived in Istanbul from Romania. The distribution of these immigrants was followed. Konya province, Syria province, Ankara province, Hüdavendigar province, we can today say Bursa, Aleppo province, Kastamonu province, Aydın province, Adana, Thessaloniki province, Sivas province, İzmit district, Canik district, and Biga district. Furthermore, after the signing of Treaty of Berlin, it was decided that immigrants from the Edirne, Havsa, Babaeski, Çorlu, Tekfurdağı, Gelibolu, and Silivri region around Istanbul would return. Some of these immigrants managed to return to Bulgaria and Eastern Rumelia. From the November 1877 to December 1891, the number of immigrants sent from Istanbul to Anatolia increased to nearly 500,000. The destinations were Aleppo, Damascus, Adana, Konya, Kastamonu, Sivas, via Samsun, Cyprus, Antalya, İskenderun, via Diyarbakır, Cezayir, Bahri Sefit, Amasya, via Samsun, 70,000 immigrants from Thessaloniki, Alexandropolis, and Tekfurdağı, 55,000 from Varna and Bargos, 50,000 from Suhumi were shipped to Anatolian ports, while 27,000 were sent to Hüdavendigar and its surrounding, and 70,000 to Edirne. You can see the map, where they settlement, and also I want to continue my presentation when you are examining. In addition to previous mentioned resettlements, immigrants were also placed in various settlements areas during and after the war. In 1878, 94,000 immigrants from Serbia arrived in Kosovo, although 14,000 of them later returned to villages that Serbia had evacuated. From Bulgaria, 23,000 immigrants arrived. Between 1879 and 1880, the population of immigrants in Kosovo province reached 100,000, with the majority residing in the Sanjak of Pristina, Prizren, and Skopje. Other significant settlements areas, including Iskoder, Ionia, and Thessaloniki. During and after the Russo-Turkish War, Thessaloniki province became a central area for gathering immigrants. While some of these immigrants were sent to Anatolia and Syria, effort made to settle others within the province. Around 15,000 immigrants from Kosovo were temporarily settled in Thessaloniki province, and between 1877 and 1891, nearly 20,000 people were sent from Istanbul for resettlement. In 1879 and 1880, approximately 70,000 immigrants were in Thessaloniki. Special officers and commissions worked to settle the immigrants on the land, including areas that had been abandoned by Circassians. Similarly, immigrants were settled in other regions also, including Edirne, Aydın, Hudavendigar, Bilecik, Kastamonu, Trabzon, Ankara, Adana, Konya, Sivas, Aleppo, Van, Bitlis, Elazığ, Diyarbakır, Cyprus, Syria, Palestine, and Beirut. You can also see another map which was also showing the rate of the immigrants. So my presentation is over. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much.
I thank you.
That was very, very interesting, and I'm sure we'll have lots of questions. So please stick around for the questions. We'll listen to the other talks first. Snezhana, do you want to introduce the?
Yes, thank you very much. Next speaker is Burcin Gercek. Thank you. And joint paper with Mazlum Vesek. I'm pronouncing this. Okay. Burcin Gercek, she is the PhD. She is doing her PhD studies at Clark University and Genocide, the Holocaust. I'm right, and she's interested in the trauma and all these catastrophic topics of history.
Mazlum Vesek, it is independent researcher in Turkey. So floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for accepting us in the conference. Unfortunately, today I will be alone presenting you our research because my colleague Mazlum has a minor health issue, so he couldn't be here, but he's also watching the conference at distance on the YouTube streaming. So today we will talk about the story of a lost world, oblivion and usurpation. Mark Nishanian argues that the genocide-sized disaster can never be fully explained through literature or testimony. What if a universe destroyed in that disaster is reconstructed in a literature piece, but confiscated again? We will explore erased, usurped memories by focusing on the confiscation by a Turkish writer of a famous story written by the Armenian author Atırpet, and the meaning of this usurpation in Turkey many years after the Armenian genocide. A native of the Ottoman Empire, Atırpet found himself in Soviet Armenia in the aftermath of the Armenian genocide, without the possibility of going back to his native town, Kars. He continued to reconstruct the life of Ottoman Armenians in his prolific work. Still, only one will be well known by the future generations. Written in 1937 and adapted into cinema in 1962, Tjvjik, which means fried liver in English, tells the story of a world lost today, an Ottoman town where Armenians were part of a thriving community life. One of the victims of Stalin's repression, Atırpet's name and heritage were completely erased from memories in Turkey and almost forgotten in Soviet Armenia. Years later, in 1971, a well-known Turkish writer, Fakir Baykurt, published a story that is the same as the Tjvjik, just with some changes in character names. He argued that his copycat story was inspired by a folktale. We discovered this usurpation by a coincidence when we wanted to watch Tjvjik. Fakir Baykurt's story was almost entirely identical to the movie and the story from which it was adapted. Tjvjik is a movie that reconstructs in detail in Soviet Armenian cinema a world that doesn't exist anymore. And Erzurum, a city located in eastern Turkey today, where you could hear in the streets jokes and gossips in Western Armenian, with plenty of Turkish words sprinkled in, where a thriving Armenian community was living. This world was destroyed during the Armenian genocide, and the years that followed erased completely its traces. Tarkovsky used the expression "seal time" for cinema. However, Tjvjik recreated an era rather than sealing it. This touching reconstruction effort is made even more impressive by the fact that actors who survived Armenian genocide, such as Russian Ersisyan and Solak Amerikyan play the main characters of the film, Nerses Ahbar and Niko Osağı. In the movie, Niko Osağı, who loves bragging about his wealth, humiliates the impoverished Nerses Ahbar by constantly reminding a piece of liver he bought for him in front of everyone. At every occasion, Niko Osağı reminds his generosity. How was the liver? Was it fat? He asks to Nerses Ahbar, who feels humiliated by the fact that his neediness became a topic of gossip for the town. Nerses Ahbar finally gets fed up and throws a piece of liver in Niko Osağı's face, saying, "Take the liver and shut up." What surprised us was the fact that Fakir Baykurt wrote almost the same story in 1971 with the name ciğer, liver in Turkish. How could Fakir Baykurt, who wrote about social inequalities in Turkey, struggled with investigations, bans, and prison sentences because of his political stance, while being one of the important figures of Turkish literature and socialist movement, write the same story 10 years after it was adapted for the cinema? Our research findings showed us that Tjvjik is not based on a folktale. It is an original story written by Atırpet, therefore excluding a folktale excuse for the resemblance between the two texts. We also reached the conclusion, after studying Fakir Baykurt's memoirs and articles, that Baykurt didn't read Atırpet's original story. He most likely watched the film based on it during one of his trips to Hungary and Bulgaria in 1965 and transformed what he remembered into a story. Without any mention to the real author, Atırpet, neither the movie Tjvjik nor the Armenians. What happened? Did Baykurt simply forget what he learned through this? Did Baykurt simply forget that he learned this story through a movie to the point to confuse it with a Turkish folktale? For Lütfi Ömer Akad, known as the masterless master of the Turkish cinema, events, words, behaviors leave traces in our memory, just as light affects the silvery sensory layer in a photograph. These traces vary according to the psychological state of the person. In some, it is bright and clear, as if it happened yesterday. In some, there is only a single clear and distinct word left. In others, there are only vague, uncertain shadows. Why Atırpet's Tjvjik story and the movie adapted from it were transformed into a only vague, uncertain shadow in Baykurt's mind? John Berger defines memory as an act of redemption. What is remembered has been saved from nothing, he says. What is forgotten has been abandoned. If a supernatural eye sees all events instantaneously out of time, the distinction between remembering and forgetting is transformed into a judgment, an interpretation of justice, according to which approval approximates being remembered and punishment to be forgotten. According to Michael Rothberg, in both its individual and collective versions, memory is closely aligned with identity. It is particularly true for Turkey, where memory policies and nation building are integrated. The construction of the collective memory is the founder of a repertoire of seeing, knowing, and emotions, answering to the question, who are we? Emphasizes Pınar Yıldız. This is what defines what we see and not see, what we remember and forget, as well as we consider as a problem or not. It is acting like a veil, in the sense used by V.E.B. Du Bois, through which everything is interpreted. This veil, called Turkishness Contract by Barış Ünlü, Turkishness Ethos by Umut Tümay Arslan, or simply Turkishness by Kaya Akyıldız, implies to not see, to not remember, or to not to talk about all kinds of violence and injustices undergone by groups not included in the Turkishness, like Kurds, Greeks, Armenians, or other minorities. It includes, as emphasized by Arslan, emotions, thoughts, behaviors shaped by the sensibilities and values of the privileged, establishing links between the past and the present, and that became normalized and ordinary. This veil is what allowed Fakir Baykurt to not see as a problem in erasing, once again, Atırpet's and Armenians' traces and memory while confiscating his work. Atırpet and his fellow Armenians' memory was already largely erased in Turkey in the aftermath of the genocide. Atterpet could never return to Kars, where he was born. Like many Armenian intellectuals in the Soviet Union in the 30s, he suffered from the repression of the Stalin era. This very productive writer, who narrated in a very colorful and rich way the daily life of Ottoman Armenians, as well as their songs, idioms, architecture, and social structure, was condemned to no longer publish. Shortly before his death, he recreated his hometown, the Kars-Erzurum region, where Armenian was no longer heard in the streets, in the story Tjvjik. Moreover, he did this in 1937, when works on the Armenian culture in the Soviet Union were labeled as nationalism and banned. He pointed out, under the lines, the denunciation mechanism used against Armenian intellectuals at the time. It is impossible not to see the parallel between the humiliation of Narses Ahbar, the protagonist of the story, due to the loss of his former social status, and Atterpet's isolation, having once been a productive writer who corresponded with Tolstoy. Atterpet died in poverty and hunger in 1937. Traces of him were erased from memory not only in Kars, where he was born, but also during many years in Soviet Armenia. Till that, the director Arman Manaryan adapted Tjvjik for cinema in 1962. Thanks to the film, Atterpet's name became known again, and despite his many other works, his name became synonymous with Tjvjik. In Gyumri, the only monument erected in his memory in Armenia, his statue in the Central Park described him as the author of Tjvjik. If Arman Manaryan had not shot the film Tjvjik in 1962, I don't know how many of us would have known the name of Atterpet, summarizes the situation, Ashot Grigoryan. Armenian literature encyclopedias gloss over his life with a few sentences. A detailed biography of Atterpet is still waiting to be written. Atterpet's memory was victim of a double erasure in his home country and his second homeland. While being in different contexts, both erasures were due to memory politics and a constructed ethos that made privileges and oppression invisible under a veil. Today, we can hope to perform an act of justice in the sense used by John Berger by remembering Atterpet's forgotten, stolen, and trampled life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for this recalling of what is in fact a very moving film in itself. Yes, perhaps you should continue, Snezhana.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'm
giving the floor to the Claudiu-Lucian Topor. Yes, please come here. And Andrei Chirilă. They were speaking about wartime remembers among Romanian political elites, the refugees' memoirs from Moldova and not under military occupation, 1916-1918. Always we were on the topic of trauma and refugee and oblivion. Could you please present your papers? And as far as I understood, you are interested, your studies in the First World War and the topics linked with the memorials, cemeteries, and the collective memory. In military history, yes. Thank you very much.
Because I have a PowerPoint presentation and some picture.
You get the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Of course. You will put it in. You will put it in at the bottom of the here. PowerPoint.
Δεν μπορείτε να το παίξετε εδώ.
Μπορεί να το παίξει. Απλώς θα του δείξετε τι θα κάνει. Can you put your PowerPoint here?
Yes, but I have no stick.
Δεν έχει ένα φλασάκι.
Because time is always precious.
Running out.
We have a difficulty. Either you start without the PowerPoint or we ask some questions of the first two speakers.
Yes. First of all, thank you. Delegați faceți, dați nu știu câte acolo.
No. Just that.
If you'd like, if you adjust all this, to have 10 minutes about the discussion because we are very fresh with the topics we just followed. It's okay for you? Yeah? It's not disturbing, no? No, okay. Okay.
Questions about the two. I have questions. Go on. Start.
I have for Mr. Merve Doğan.
Mrs.
Merve Doğan. Sorry, English.
Please.
The first question is about how the Turkish historiography narrates about the Caucasian wars and the Caucasian expansion or genocide. And the second question is about the Caucasian front that we saw Russian forces occupied the Kars and Batum province. If there was even to these regions Muslim immigration to the Ottoman Empire.
Could you please repeat your first question? I mean, which front? I couldn't understand.
Caucasian.
Okay, Caucasus. But my topic is about Balkan front. But of course, I can explain which genocide. I couldn't understand very well.
Caucasian.
Söylüyor Merveciğim, duyuyor musun beni?
Evet hocam.
Kafkasların Osmanlı'ya göçünü nasıl yorumluyor Türk tarihçiler diyor.
Çerkes soykırımından bahsediyor, Çerkes.
Herkes soykırımından bahsediyor.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
historians see Caucasian migration or genocide, as we said, from Caucasia to Ottoman?
Yeah, the same like Balkans actually. The war of Russo-Turkish War. I mentioned two fronts, the Eastern and the Balkans. There are, of course, lots of Caucasian. A Turkish historian generally accepted the attack, too many attacks against them, and they. Of course, they killed a lot, and we can say that they accept the genocide against them.
Teşekkürler.
Not at all.
Can I ask a question with one comment? My question is, you talked about the settlement of refugees and migrants in and around Thessaloniki, and of course this is of interest to us because we're in Thessaloniki, and also
Yes.
in areas abandoned by the Circassians, as speakers talked about earlier. Do you have information on that? And in particular, do you have information on the kind of relationships that developed between these newly arrived refugees and migrants and the populations already here? So that's my one question. My comment is to Professor Gercek. And I was, as you were talking, I was reminded of a recent cultural production of 2018, which did the rounds, at least here in Greece, and was highly commented upon. It's based on Cars. It's a video, it's a sort of art video, I can't remember by which artist of Cars, and it's called Following Street Dogs in an Ancient Turkish City around the city of Cars, which had to do precisely with forgotten memories. I don't know if anyone else saw this, or I'm the only one that receives videos like this. So it's called Following Street Dogs in and around an Ancient Turkish City, and it's in Kars. Yeah? The point about the street dogs in this video, the video doesn't say anything about what is happening, you just see the dogs, but the dogs go around lots of monuments, lots of buildings that exist there, and if you have an eye to see, and the video says at the beginning, dogs speak, you just need to know how to listen. So if you have an eye for the architecture, suddenly you start seeing that they're going to the mosque, but the mosque is also the old Armenian church, and things like that. And in this way, and so this was actually posted to me by an artist, and it was a very good piece of work, but the artist had no idea that this had something to do with the history of Kars, and I wrote back and said, oh, look, this is actually what the video is talking about as well. I just say that because it seemed to fit exactly with what you're saying. I don't know if you've seen the video, but if you have, it might be worth. If you haven't, it might be worth seeing.
Sorry, the sound is not very clear. So you are talking about a video happening in Kars, and where we see street dogs and doing what to churches? I couldn't understand.
They're moving around the city.
Okay.
And it's an art video. Yeah, I just can't remember the artist from the top of my head, but it's an art video.
They are doing something to churches? I couldn't understand.
And they're going around Kars, but they're telling the story of Kars without any words. I'm just telling you this. Please look it up because it fits so well with what so movingly you talk to us about.
Okay.
You can find it on YouTube. I've just seen it. I just looked at it. It's still there.
Okay, I unfortunately didn't watch the video that you are talking about, but I'm looking forward to discover it. But it is very interesting that you talked about street dogs, but because this is one part of the big topics today in Turkey and related to the past also, or memories from the past, because there's another movie happening about dogs massacre in an island at the large of Marmara Sea in Istanbul, and the memories of this dogs massacre is still present in today's discussions. So I can talk about this even if I don't know what the video that you are mentioning. I don't want to talk for Merve. I'm sure she will answer to your other question on the relations between the immigrants and the local population. But this is also part of my research, my other topic of research, because I'm working on Ankara province and during the genocide. And I'm working on on how the perpetrators became involved in this, and unfortunately we find many ex-refugees from the Balkans or Circassian backgrounds or other places who became involved in this, and behind that there's a lot of resentment created after their migration because they lost their homeland, and when they came to this new place, there were tensions between the locals. But I will leave Merve to tell more about this.
Thank you. If I can, I want to say actually the Thessaloniki's people and the immigrants' relations, we can say it was good. The population in that time, covering the Muslim and Christians, and there isn't any incident of fighting or something against immigrants, especially the Muslim of the city had the Muslims, but Christians also the same. I mean, the Greeks also the same. We can say in that time their relation was good. When we compare to the other part of the Romania, Thessaloniki is a good example.
May I add something to it? I remember reading an article about Circassian immigrants in Kayseri, in Central Anatolia, Kayseri. And there are some
clashes between Balkan immigrants and local people because they didn't want them, because they had to give up some lands, to them. And also the author of the article argued that Circassians were like very closed community. They didn't want to interact with local people, so they were crowded, like they had the large families, so they were like not willing to communicate or like allowing marriages between local people and themselves. So there were some problems in other parts of Anatolia between immigrants and local people. But as Merve said, maybe Salonika was not one of them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is true, totally true, your words. For example, in Bulgaria, we can say the problems between the locals and the immigrants. But Thessaloniki, I wrote and books and articles. It's not so bad, and they welcomed, especially by the Muslim population of the city. I wrote this, and I'm sure about Thessaloniki. But I wrote to other parts, of course, you are right.
Thank you very much. Should we continue or should I don't know, whatever you say.
Because it's in the same context. Thank you very much for really very interesting papers. And my question is for Merve Doğan. Because I'm really interested about the conflicting memories of refugee status.
And you said that probably in Thessaloniki is a good relationship, but however, is there some special official policy towards refugees? Because our colleague just said that the government tried to provide them with lands and so on. This is the big problem always have been with our refugees and so on. And my question is there another committees or organization done by these refugees in the in Asia, not in Thessaloniki?
In the Ottoman Empire?
Yes, in the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, we have actually 3 commissions for immigrant settlements. I can say their name in Turkish, but İdare-i Umumiye and the same. They was found for the 1877 and 1878 war, for this war, and they are making they were helped refugees, immigrants to settle or food or everything related about immigrants. The part of them also you can see Thessaloniki, but the main center is Istanbul. But they helped all refugees in all cities or regions.
Okay, thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Now we might talk later more. Yes.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping and waiting for. Now, floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, okay. First of all, we want to express our gratitude to organizers because they accepted our proposal and they gave us the possibility to be part of this excellent, wonderful conference here in Thessaloniki. Well, my colleagues, some words about him. It's PhD candidate at the same university from Iași. His doctoral degree focused on the parliament from Iași, parliament of the Romanian political refugees during the war. He is in the second year of his research. I can say he's a beginner in this topic. We choose to present here about the conflicting memories about the Romanian political elites. Because why about the politicians? Why not about the divided society? Why not about foreign affairs, the complicated relation in a coalition war between Romania and the allies that time with Russians, for example? Why not about conflicting families, husband and wife, sons, and sometimes brothers during the war? Why about the politician? Because the politician decided they have the responsibility. They have the responsibilities confronting the war, and that because a historian, the history, analyze the role, almost the role of the politicians in one of the most important thing to understand why Romania entered the war and why the conduct of war of Romania was deeply affected by this political behavior or political commitment. Well, Andrei, you are the first.
I'll go straight to the subject. So, the Romanian political memoirs of the Great War years are characterized by a diversity of opinion, especially due to the fact that the statesmen of the time had opposing positions regarding the necessity of war, regarding
association
the association
and an optimal alliance for the Romanian state, or in relation to the political actions taken after the occupation of Bucharest by the troops of the Central Powers Coalition. When Romania entered the war, the divisions among the politicians, which had deepened even during the years of neutrality, seemed to be forgotten at least formally. An unusual surge of national solidarity seemed to seize the country's entire political body. Who among the remaining Germanophiles in Bucharest could have wished for Romania's disaster only to be proved right by history? They all had sons, relatives and friends on the front lines. The defeat reopened the polemic even more violently. On the one hand, we could identify a political elite that went into exile to Moldavia, to Iași, the country's second city and former capital of Moldavia, until the unification of the principalities in 1879, for various reasons. Support for the war on the side of the Entente, opportunism, support for the government led by and so on and so forth. On the other hand, another militant vision took shape, that of the opposition politician, generically labeled with the term Germanophile, who understood that entering the war had been a total failure since both the choice of allies and timing of entering the conflagration had been wrong. In the first part of our presentation, I shall try to argue the character of some political notes of the refugees in war capital of the country, which have always been characterized by a competition of memory and by a confrontation of the images created by the authors with the realities of the moment. So, Constantin Argetoianu, a conservative politician, was one of the characters who took refugee in Moldavia. In his memoirs, he tried to be objective both towards his own party colleagues and towards the liberal leaders. Although he decided to support the national cause in the version of the alliance with the Entente, he never hesitated to criticize Ionel Brătianu, Romania's prime minister at that time, having been an opponent of his since the years of neutrality. Argetoianu, as a memoirist, remains as a writer of portraits. His divergent memoirs revolve around the picture of political rivalries. Argetoianu's sentiment of historical justice was directly proportional to the general state of the nation. The imminent return to Moldavia appears in his memoirs as a result of the depersonalization of Romanian political figures, led by the Prime Minister Brătianu himself, who was held responsible for not having drawn up a plan of action in case of possible defeat, and was blamed for his blind faith in an unquestionable victory against the Germans. The morbid spectacle of the retreat to Iași should not be overlooked, nor should it be perceived as a moment that affected not only ordinary people fleeing the war. These painful images, disposed of helplessness and outrage, had certainly remained in the memory of the politicians who decided to answer the call for the convening of the parliament in the exiled capital. Having left for Iași with only 2 suitcases, Argetoianu recalled the cortege of suffering he had seen with his own eyes crossing Moldavia, as well as the opportunists profiting from the refugees' drama. Argetoianu justifies in memoirs his flight to Moldavia, but does not hesitate to look for those to blame for the disaster in the occupied country. It is this note of guilt that brings Argetoianu's memoirs closer to the notes of the Germanophiles who remained in Bucharest, who emphasize in their confessions responsibility, guilt, the judgment of history, and the damnation of memory, damnatio memoriae. According to Argetoianu, the main culprits for the disaster situation Romania was facing at that time were the government and the high command, along with the king. Ioanel Brătianu and Ferdinand, the king of Romania at that time, were directly blamed along with the people they had surrounded themselves with, except from Queen Mary, who, in Argetoianu's eyes, was the person who had done everything in her power to improve the situation. Tache Ionescu was another Romanian politician who traveled the path of the exile in Moldavia, a skilled orator, an opportunist who always had perfect timing when changing sides. In his speeches and memoirs, he sought to raise awareness of the importance of the sacrifice of politicians who fled from the enemy and chose to support the nation cause as fighters for Romanian justice. Even since the period of neutrality, Tache Ionescu stood out for the fervor with which he argued the justness of Romania's cause and the necessity of entering the war of reunification. He was clear. Romanians would either find the strength to intervene on the side of the Triple Entente, or they would find themselves crushed into the face of Hungarian imperialism. When he arrived in Iași on 14 December 1916, Tache Ionescu tried to justify in his speeches at the parliament Romania's entry into the war. The country could not remain passive in the face of the injustices committed by the alliance of the Central Powers, an alliance sanctioned by all the great states of good faith at that time, said Tache Ionescu. He thus maintained, even in exile, his conviction that the neutrality adopted in 1914 could only be an exclusion case for the Romanians. Confident in the victory of the pro-Entente allies, Tache made a vibrant appeal to the Romanian people's sacrifice, saying it was not in vain as it served the Romanian state's unification. The end of a speech delivered in the summer of 1917 and included in the volume of memoirs revealed that Tache Ionescu looked at the question of accountability in the interpretation that Romania had made the right decision by entering the war, and praised the courage of those who chose to fight on the national cause. Again, indirectly, he accused those no longer in the exile capital of collaborationism and of making a pact with the enemy, which in the most obvious way was at odds with the political direction of the Romanian political ideal. The memoirs of Tache Ionescu differed in his fundamental point from those of Constantin Argetoianu. The latter focuses his confession on the shortages faced by the population and on government incompetence, while the former proposes a discourse of solidarity justifying the war and supporting the legitimate government that expresses the will of the nation. Among the liberals in Refugee from Iași, those political memoirs converge towards the same apologetic note determined by a patriotic vibration. We find Gheorghe Mârzescu, Grigore Procopiu, and Ioan Gheorghe Duca. According to Mârzescu's recollections, the position of the liberal government in December 1915 was based on Ioanel Brătianu's assumptions that it could go all the way with the Allies, but could not guarantee that his would be followed by the whole country. Moreover, he also noted that the country had begun to view the Russians as the most bitter adversaries, and to see in the Germanophiles in Bucharest the true saviors of the country, given their aversion to the great powers of the East. Grigore Procopiu left an interesting diary in which he recounts the vicissitudes of his exile and his impressions of the politics of the time. From the very beginning, he assured us of his good faith in documenting the events he experienced firsthand and of his desire to dismantle certain stereotypes concerning the evacuation of the parliamentaries to Iași. Initially, Procopiu highlighted the lack of power to preserve their living standards. Lack of prudence regarding the entry into the war, but once the fact was accomplished, he positioned himself against the parliamentarians remaining in the constituencies to animate the population, believing that the exiled government would have needed the ratification of the parliament on constitutional grounds, that the country needed debate and authorized voices that would lend legitimacy to the decision of entering the war. All right.
It's an extensive...
It would be three
yes,
or
because
four...
we have not so much time. It's time to complete, to shift.
We
Yes,
shift a bit
because
and I give the word to Professor
we're just
Topor.
working extensive paper, not enough time to present here. The second part is of a politician. It's about the politician in Bucharest, as you can see, under occupation. After the occupation of Bucharest, the German diplomat von den Busche, former plenipotentiary sent from Berlin to neutral Romanian, he had meanwhile been appointed Under-Secretary of State as the Auswärtige Amt, attempted to evaluate the Romanian politicians who had stayed behind in the capital under the comfortable label of opponents of the war policy. Busche's attention was drawn to notable politicians such Petre Pecar, Titu Maurescu, Constantin Stere, Alexandru Marghiloman, and Constantin Arion. Divided by old egos and differing opinions, they had all agreed that they would spare no effort to support the cleansing of Moldavia of Russian occupiers. Their sympathy for the Germans meant Russophobia. The country governed from the new wartime capital, the city of Iași, by the liberals did not appear to be a free Romania at all, but rather an estate of Prime Minister Brătianu occupied by the Russian armies. The Germanophile and mainly him responsible for the grave situation of Romania was facing. On December 6, 1916, when the German and Allied troops entered Bucharest, Alexandru Beldeman, also former diplomat, the Romanian plenipotentiary in Berlin during the years of neutrality, sent Ionel Brătianu a letter of historic importance, a manifesto that was become the essence of the collective protest of Romanian Germanophiles against the directions Romania was heading in. The historical quarrel over the responsibilities of war, the main postulate around which the competing memories of Romanian politicians experiencing the reality of war was initially structured, was beginning right at that point. Beldeman's letter, published under occupation in Gazeta Bucureștilor, fully reflects the difference in perception between the two historical realities that contributed asymmetrically to the contrasting images that flood the memoir. Beldeman accused Brătianu of having been wrong in all his calculation and assumption on which he had based his war policy. This had proved erroneous. The Prime Minister was almost exclusively to blame for the picture of disaster that Romania was facing. Under the occupation, this uncomfortable accusation was taken up almost in unison by the many majority of Germanophile, Bucharest under occupation, for the majority of Germanophile who had remained in Bucharest and consistently integrated in the most of their memoirs. In all likelihood, it would have been passed on to posterity if the war had had a different outcome. One can't help thinking about the end of the era, the end of their careers, and the end of the life of many of them. A special case was this one, Petre Pecar, A major personality, the former head of the conservative, the Zrunimea wing, he was famous for his consistent decision-making and his political judgment that became prophetic. At 1916 Crown Council that decided Romania's entry into the war, he uttered in front of those present in the Cotroceni Palace dining room in his famous word, I quote it, "We are not here for the polemics or tempers that cannot be contained. To go with Russia is to strike at the interest of the country and the continuity of the dynasty. It is enough to say to you, I wish you to be defended, as your victory will be the ruin of the country." End of quotation. However, his sons went to the front line in response to the mobilization order, and one of them, Lieutenant Petre Karp, died bravely in the first days of the war. Karp had received the tragic news in his estate in Moldavia, where he had retired, determined never to take part in public life again. After the war had taken the course he himself had foreseen, Petre Karp returned in Bucharest, convinced that he could save the country by providing a political alternative. Of the still reputable politicians who remained in Bucharest during the occupation, the elderly Petre Karp was indeed considered the man of the hour, but he was a secret advisor to the Germans. Burcin had known him personally in the past and had discussed political topics with him at length. He had learned that the political group around Karp aimed, in addition to cleansing Moldavia of the Russian, to reform the administration, remove the dynasty, and restore Romania to its former borders and independence. There are many other, it's not time to present in extenso here. Titu Maiorescu, for example, was another Germanophile. He kept very succinct daily notes and on the unfolding of the war. Maiorescu was very careful with his images. He was a cultural personality and a reputed writer, as well a former prime minister during the Balkan War. And he wanted that after his death, he could be judged fairly by history. Another one is Alexandru Marghiloman, of course, who remained in Bucharest as a leader of the conservative under the disguise of the presidency of the Romanian Red Cross, appeared to be the only genuine party politician. The compromise was not easy, accessible in politics for Marghiloman, a fact that his memoir would reveal in full. After his death, however, the existence of the memoir was still talked about insistently. He published, the memoir was published by trusted collaborators. They clandestinely printed 5 volumes and put them in the market in 1925. Marghiloman died in 1925. Some conclusion. Burcin's assessment of the project of Germanophile politicians in Bucharest remain questionable. Alexandru Berdiman's resentful letter may be equally subjective. However, both of these notes, from which our analysis started, is the second part, reveal the oppressive atmosphere in Bucharest under German occupation and the political fracture between two countries suffering from the same war, the country of exile and the country of occupation. Against the backdrop of discord, constraining picture took shape and contradictory thoughts were expressed, which in themselves paint the picture of the post-war Romanian memoirs dominated by image of the past of belligerents, differently perceived and, above all, differently argued. We note a fierce competition of historical memory, a tension of remembrance dependent on the influence of circumstances in which history was written. The drafting of notes under military occupation naturally depended on historical conditions different from those that reigned over the episode of the exile in Iași, not less hostile, however, and did not enjoy the same posterity in terms of acceptance of opinions. Among the immediate conditions that influenced this fracturing memory regarding the common past We should mention the political conviction predating the war. The military occupation only enhanced the expression of the Germanophile current, the political scenario of remaining in the capital, and the memorialist immediate relation with the foreign enemy administration, the political activism in the service of a national cause, and the political agitation reflected in actions aiming to coalesce an alternative for the government of the new post-war Romania. The self-imposed censorship at the end of the war by the offensive of the factor of power aiming the compromise those to whom only history could do justice. The avoidance of controversial manuscripts kept away from the public for a long time because of accusation of corruption, treason, or collaborationism. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So we'd like to call our next speaker.
After Russian-Turkish War of 1868.
There's channels in YouTube from Kirkas in Turkey that commemorate this day.
Turkish histories, how it's Caucasian genocide. Anyways,
we will continue with the discussion, and thank you very, very much for the memoirs. Of course, a very, very important topic.
Have a question after and discussion.
Yes. And we move from memoirs to remembrance. Acar?
Yes.
Thank you.
And thank you very much to Keziban Acar to come here.
There's my presentation here.
Have you passed it on to the computer or not yet?
I gave the USB.
I've been terribly weak in my timekeeping. I'm going to have to be more German from now on.
Only one word because to present Professor Acar. Professor is Madame Acar is full professor at Manistri University. She is specialist in Russian history. And she is interested in the topics of refugees and political histories, and you can see the topic of her paper today is clearly speaking about her interests. Now,
okay, I can start speaking. I will talk about Cossack and Russian remembrance of refugees like in early 1920s in Turkey. As you know, following the Bolshevik Revolution, a civil war broke out between Bolsheviks and who are called Reds and Whites. Whites are supporters of Russian monarchy. They aim to overthrow Bolshevik regime. And first groups of white army emerged in the Don Cossack region in today's Ukraine. And at the beginning, there were like 1,000 people, mostly soldiers and officers of former Russian army. But over time, their number increased, and they were called White Army. They fought against Reds from 1919 to 1920. They had their last defeat in the hands of Reds in November 1920. And at that time, they were forced to leave the country, Russia, and some were willing, of course, because they had no chance against the Reds, Bolsheviks. And Britain and France, they supported and sponsored these refugees, especially France. France had an agreement with White Army General Rangel. He gave all the military equipment, ships, and arms to France, and in return for this, France promised to support White Army, and they began to leave Russia in November 1920. They were shipped from the Black Sea ports of Russia, Kerch, Crimea especially, Odessa, to Istanbul. Why they chose Istanbul? Because Istanbul at that time was under Allied occupation and control. As you know, in March 1920, Allied powers occupied Istanbul. And also Istanbul was close to Black Sea ports of Russia. So it was a short road in contrast to others. But Istanbul was very crowded, as earlier President Merve mentioned. Turkey had a long history of immigrations or immigrants. So at that time, there were some immigrants coming from eastern part of Turkey after Russian occupation. So Istanbul government didn't want them, of course, White Army and other Russian civilian refugees, but had no choice or no saying in this decision. Anyway, so my argument is that these Cossacks were, before my argument, I have to give a short background information. Allied powers, especially France and England, they settled Cossack refugees. Cossacks were a part of White Army, as I mentioned earlier, and they were settled in Çatalca and Limnos, island Limnos, and the other Russian army units were settled in Gallipoli. They chose Gallipoli and Limnos, especially islands, for a reason, because they were surrounded by sea. So it was difficult to escape, just in case they wanted to escape. And also they wanted to isolate them, no connection with any other, even with each other. You know, Cossacks were separate from Russian troops in Gallipoli. They were fighting against the same enemy, let's say Reds, during the Civil War. They had similar hardships and difficulties in their refugee life, but when I read their memoirs and notes, I see that it's of course still need discussion, like what is Russianness or what is to be Russian, but you see different reflections of refugee life by Cossacks and Russians in Gallipoli. Of course, there were some Cossacks in Gallipoli too, but specifically Don Cossacks were settled in Çatalca, Kuban Cossacks were in Limnos, and Russian army units were in Gallipoli. Because their number were too high, some of them were even didn't have chance to get in Turkey or in Istanbul. They were kept waiting in Moda Bay, and then they were shipped to Balkan states, especially. Sorry for my voice. It sounds horrible, but I got flu. Anyways, it disturbs me. I don't know about you. Anyways, they were shipped to Yugoslavia. Back then, it's called Kingdom of Croatia and Slovenia, not Yugoslavia, of course. Anyways, let me see. There were lots of 146,000 people, a lot of them. It's one of the pictures showing them leaving Russia. And you see the numbers.
So the main question is why they had different reflections of refugee life, even though they were on the same side during the Civil War. Of course, they don't give the clear answer, but from the readings, I had some conclusions. First, I want to mention the conditions they had. See, Limnos, there are 16,000 people in Limnos, and even more in Gallipoli. See, I told about this. Also, I forgot to mention, there were some military equipment and barracks in both islands from the First World War, French and British barracks, and they were expected to use them as for accommodation, but they were not enough, of course. They had similar, in both Cossack and Russian memoirs, the most emphasized information is the hardships, of course, they faced. Like there were no places to stay, to sleep. There were like bare floors, barracks. There were barracks, of course, but they were old and not good for use. And there was not enough food. Like French authorities gave them limited food. And they gave some salary, money, to Russian officers, for instance, or Cossack officers, no difference, 2 liras and 1 lira for soldiers, but it wasn't enough. So they had to build many things by themselves, like they had to build barracks, they had to build beds, even church schools. They built this by themselves. They had good relations with locals, both in Limnos and Gallipoli, because they had mixed populations. Both islands had mixed populations, Greeks, Turks, and Jews, especially in Gallipoli. Let's see. So in terms of hardships they faced, there was no difference. Like, if you ask, like, who faced more difficulties, I will say no difference. Also, there was like insult by French officers, especially. British were not here. After the final defeat in November 1920, Britain gave up on White Army because I think they saw that there was no future or possible victory against the Bolsheviks. So even they were making some talks about how can they have a trade agreement with the Soviet Union or Bolsheviks, but French continued to support them. So there were some insults made by French officers or Senegalian officers or watch guards against Russian officers or Cossacks. So there were some attempts by Cossacks especially to escape and go to Istanbul or another place, but because it was in the middle of the sea, it wasn't difficult. Also, there were always patrols or guards checking on them. So this is the food they get. It's like really like a joke. There was no water. Of course, there were some infections. Yes, and then lots of people died, especially kids. They came with their families. There were not only officers or soldiers. They had wives and children. The first who died were kids, of course, because of these hardships or diseases. There were no communication between them. Like after a while, French authorities decided to transfer Cossacks in Çatalca. Çatalca is right above Istanbul, it's not by the sea. They decided to transfer them to Limnos, but they didn't want. So there were like skirmishes or clashes between French soldiers and Cossack soldiers, and some people died because of that. Both Cossacks and Russian officers and soldiers called both islands, or Gallipoli is not island completely, but Gallipoli and Limnos, that island of death, because of these hardships or difficult conditions. Let's see. Also, French settled them in these islands because there were some people among both Russians and Cossacks, especially Cossacks, Kalmuks, Kuban Cossacks, sorry, who want to join national army in Ankara against the Allied powers and Greeks, of course, and that's why they didn't want them to stay in Istanbul. Despite this, there are some articles on how some Russians or Cossacks, especially Muslim Russians, let's say, joined national army in Ankara. These are the pictures of camps. In summer of 1921, France explained that it won't support these 2 minutes. Horrible. Okay. Okay, I will go. I will answer the question why they had different reflections of refugee life. The common theme is hardships they faced. The difference is Russian officers glorified their time in Gallipoli. They call it Russian miracle because they kept their spirit of esprit de corps, military spirit. But Cossacks were not that enthusiastic about their refugee life. They forgot it earlier than Russians. Russians kept, even after they left Gallipoli and went to different European cities like Berlin, Prague, and Paris, they kept writing about how they had difficulties but survived in Gallipoli and how they kept their Russianness. Like they had their own theaters, their own schools, journals, even their own radio. But Cossacks had only their own journals. That's it. In terms of educational and cultural activities, Russians in Gallipoli had more experience and they did more, of course. And some scholars argue that it was because of their commanders. Kutepov, the commander of Russian troops in Gallipoli, was very respected and disciplined soldier, and they never gave up on their hope to return to Russia one day and overthrow Soviet regime. But Cossacks were not that enthusiastic. They dreamed about living freely in a better better conditions in any country. So they migrated even back to Soviet Union when French said it won't support any refugees anymore. But Russians in Gallipoli, the number of Russians who went back to Soviet Union was much fewer than Cossacks. That's the main argument I will make about this subject. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very, very much. There are lots of questions, but they'll happen later.
Sure. Okay. I think I am.
Now, Lazaros Vasileiadis, who is from here, from Thessaloniki. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that. I'm from Ptolemaida, but okay. I mean, I have been living here, for 15 years. So, give me 1 second, though.
I would be very grateful if you keep the time.
Okay.
It's my fault that we're late anyway.
I will try my best. Am I sharing the screen now? No. I think so, right? Yeah. Okay.
However, present Professor Vasileiadis, he is a PhD student here, PhD candidate. He is doing his PhD studies at your University of Macedonia in the same department, and his interests are the same as he put it in the topic, in the title of his paper for today. He is very interested about the trauma and
also share exchange of Armenian and Greek refugees. So we always are in the topic of refugees.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for being here, and congratulations to the organizing committee, to the organizing team, and the esteemed speakers for this interesting and important conference. Displacement is one of the hardest experience people can go through. Being uprooted challenges what home means and forces people to rethink who they are. Displaced individuals often face two big struggles. Number one, learning to adapt to a new way of life while also trying to keep their own culture alive. The experiences of Armenians and Greeks of the late Ottoman period are closely connected, showing how displacement, nationalism, and violence affected both groups. Major events. Yes. Ναι, συγγνώμη.
Μισό. Το κάνουμε εδώ. Δεν βλέπω τον cursor ανάτος. Το zoom εδώ. Εδώ.
Οκ. Ήταν το άλλο, ήταν.
Ναι.
Συγγνώμη.
Δεν πειράζει.
No, don't worry. Συγγνώμη. Εγώ συγγνώμη. Yes, historians have studied, different events, major events like the Armenian genocide, the turbulent situation of Pondus, and the Asia Minor catastrophe that caused immense suffering, uprooting entire communities and forcing them to survive while holding on to their cultural identities. Newspapers often focused on the shared struggles of Armenians and Greeks, presenting their stories as symbols of human suffering caused by nationalist policies and governmental failures. Articles detailed the mass displacement, violence, and forced migrations that uprooted millions, destroying communities and affecting connections to their ancestral homelands. Despite the occasional conflicts, these two groups of people and they shared their common fate, and that led to efforts to form a Greek and Armenian confederation between 1918 and 1921 to ensure mutual survival and autonomy in a shifting geopolitical landscape. The defeat of the Central Powers in the 1918s revived hopes for resolving national issues for both groups. Greek-Armenian relations outside Kars were strong, with joint commemorations and rallies advocating for the liberation of Asia Minor. The Pontic Greek movement sought an independent state, with the Pontic Assembly declaring the need for independence. Initial talks between Greece and Armenia showed mutual support, with Armenians endorsing Greek claims to Istanbul, Smyrna, and Trebizond. However, disputes arose when Armenians sought Black Sea access through Trebizond, creating tensions. In response, Greece shifted its policy actively, supporting the Pontic movement and aiding the Armenian army. From January 10 to 16, 1920, Pontic representatives, including Metropolitan Chrysanthos, met Armenian leaders in Yerevan. Agreements included military cooperation and proposed a federation. However, Greeks sought Pontic autonomy, while Armenians favored centralization, leading to disagreements. Geopolitical shifts undermined the alliance. Venizelos lost the 1920 elections, and the incoming pro-monarchist faction lacked a strategy for Pondus and Asia Minor. Meanwhile, the Turkish nationalist movement, with the Bolshevik support, defeated Armenian forces, and the Greek army's 1922 defeat in Asia Minor highlighted the Turkish dominance. After this turbulent, after the turbulent situation and condition of 1917 and the revolution in Russia, in the Russian Empire, Thessaloniki became the home of some of the Armenian soldiers from the Russian Expeditionary Force, which had taken part of the Allied operations on the Macedonian front, and as also of Russian refugees who fled to Greece in 1920-1921. However, most of these circumstantial newcomers did not settle in Greece permanently, but either returned home quite soon or headed for Transcaucasia, Western Europe and the United States. After the failed Greek military campaign in Ukraine in 1919 and the subsequent Bolshevik domination of southern Russia, the once hospitable environment for Greeks in the region became unsafe and hostile. This disorder forced many Greeks to flee their homes and seek protection in Greece. In April 1919, approximately 9,000 Greek population migrated from southern Russia to the Greek state. The conflict between Armenians and Turks, combined with the Bolshevik expansion, also placed immense pressure on the Greek population in the anti-Caucasus region. Facing increasing danger, many decided to emigrate to Greece at any cost. Between May 1920 and February 1921, approximately 53,000 Greeks fled to Thessaloniki, most from Armenia and the rest from Georgia. It was a combination of the Greek refugee populations that left the Ottoman Empire, as well as some permanent Greek populations of that region. The first 10,000 of these refugees were settled in eastern Macedonia and Thrace, while the remainder moved to central Macedonia and other areas. It should be mentioned that a big number of the refugees never arrived in Greece, as they died during that trip. The numbers of the demographic picture changed just before, during, and immediately after the Greek debacle in Asia Minor in 1922. During this dramatic period, together with hundreds of thousands of Greek refugees, there came to Greece some 80,000 Armenian refugees flooding into the country. But again, these numbers remained high only briefly for some of the refugees. So by August 1924, the number of Armenian refugees in the care of the Greek relief services was no more than 55,000. Regarding the Greek refugees, Article 3 of the Convention of the Exchange Convention of 1923 stated that both Muslim and Christian populations who had already left Greece and Turkey since October 18, 1912, would be included in the population exchange. This included Greek Orthodox refugees from Asia Minor and Pontus who had relocated to Russian territories by 1923. Many of the Greek population who fled Turkish provinces to settle near the Russian border met the criteria for this exchange. While legal provisions allowed Greek refugees in Tsarist Russia and the Soviet Union to relocate to Greece, the country could not accommodate such large numbers. Greece, struggling after defeat, was politically divided, economically devastated, and overwhelmed by existing refugee crisis, sanitation issues, and food shortages due to the destroyed infrastructure. On the other hand, the League of Nations recognized the urgent need for the intervention, marking this as the second major humanitarian crisis after the Russian refugees of the October Revolution. On September 28, 1923, the League of Nations Council assumed responsibility for the legal protection of the Armenian refugees. Under Nansen's initiative, the insurance of Nansen passports began on March 31, 1924, granting refugees travel and legal protection similar to those extended to Russian refugees. Efforts to create a permanent settlement for the refugees faced challenges, with 4 assemblies between 1920 and 1923 failing to reach an agreement. On September 25, 1924, the League of Nations Committee approved a plan to resettle 50,000 refugees in Caucasus. The plan involved collaboration with the International Labour Organization and Nansen, who led a specialized committee funding with 50,000 francs to assess feasibility. By June 1925, the committee, including international experts, visited refugee settlements in Greece, Turkey, and the Soviet Armenia. Soviet authorities allowed the research under two conditions. The committee would not represent the League of Nations and would work alongside the Soviet Armenian government-appointed team. The committee recommended the relocation of 15,000 Armenians to Soviet Armenia, 10,000 from Greece, 5,000 from Istanbul. The Armenian government requested a loan of 9 million gold rubles, 900,000 British pounds, for resettlement, offering guarantees of tax revenues and free land. However, the League of Nations Economic Committee opposed the loan, advocating private funding instead. Despite Nansen's efforts, sufficient funds were not raised, and the plan was abandoned in 1929. Nevertheless, many Armenian refugees were relocated to Soviet Armenia with support from organizations like the Nansen's Memorial Fund and the Armenian Benevolent Fund. These efforts, while limited, marked a significant attempt to address the pressing humanitarian crisis. The Greek government, particularly under Eleftherios Venizelos, sought to create suitable conditions for the organized so-called repatriation of some of the Greek refugees who fled the Ottoman Empire during the First World War and remained in the Soviet Union. This effort was undertaken in collaboration with the Soviet state and with the valuable support of the organizations mentioned previously. Greece was the first Southeast European country to officially recognize the Soviet Union in early 1924. Venizelos stated that the Greek state should have improved diplomatic relations with the Soviets much earlier, not only for the broader interests of the country, but also for the benefit of the large Greek community in the USSR. The development was undoubtedly positive for Greece, which sought solutions for relocating Armenian populations. So, in the years following the Asia Minor catastrophe, two major organized movements of Armenian refugees to Soviet Armenia took place. The first occurred in November and December 1924 under the initiative of the League of Nations in cooperation with Greek authorities. In this instance, a total of 1,060 Armenian refugees departed Greece aboard the steamships Guirinale and Kefalinia. Thessaloniki was designated as the departure point of these refugees. Here you can see the first part of this group, and this is the second part of the group. I mean, half and half approximately. And this is the telegram from the Governor General of Thessaloniki reporting the departure of Armenian refugees with a second mission on 14th of December 1924. Another example of cooperation between Greece and the Soviet Union was the exchange of 3,000 Armenians residing in Greece with 3,000 Greeks from the Soviet Union. This agreement was formalized on October the 8th, 1925, between the Greek and Soviet governments. The movement took place in October and November 1925 using two steamships, the Italian Giulio Montagos and the Greek Charalambos. The majority of the Armenian refugees were settled in northern Greece, making Thessaloniki, Kavala, Alexandroupolis the main points of departure. The Soviet government was asked to expedite the process. On December the 8th, 1925, a telegram from the Greek embassy in Moscow to the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs reported that Charalambos, carrying Greek refugees, had departed from Souchoumi the previous evening. Despite these efforts, the relocation of approximately 4 Armenian refugees to Soviet Armenia did not resolve the issue Greece faced with a large number of Armenians who had arrived after the Asia Minor catastrophe. However, these movements were an initial step toward addressing the issue. Additionally, removal of even a limited number of non-Greek populations from the recently annexed regions of Macedonia and Thrace, areas of critical national importance, was considered a positive development. During Venizelos' second administration of 1929 and 1933, another phase of migration policy was implemented. Approximately 7,000 Greeks emigrated from the USSR to Greece at that period. At the same time, several thousand Armenians left Greece to settle in Soviet Armenia. Specifically on December the 30th, 1931, the first group of Armenians, about 1,500, departed Piraeus for Batumi, aboard the commercial ship Idreos, chartered by the Greek government. It is estimated that between 1931 and 1932, a total of 8,000 to 10,000 Armenians were settled in the Soviet Union. In my conclusion, despite the Greek authorities' goal of removing most, if not all, of the Armenians who had sought refuge in Greece after the Asia Minor disaster, this objective was not achieved. It took nearly 30 years, along with the tragic events of the Second World War, for the majority of the Armenians to be relocated either to Soviet Armenia or to other countries in Europe and America. According to bibliographic references, in 1928, the Greek government offered Greek citizenship to refugees en masse. However, this move was met with great skepticism by the refugees, the Armenian refugees, who believed that by retaining their Ottoman citizenship or their status as stateless refugees, they might one day regain the properties they had left behind in Turkey. This decision, however, had negative consequences. The refugees never returned to their homes, and Greek governments began classifying them as temporarily residing in Greece, a destination that had been applied to Armenian refugees by the League of Nations. At the same time, the Greek authorities became very reluctant to grant Greek citizens to these individuals, and on the other hand, in early February 1929, reports indicated that the Greek government had refused to accept thousands of Greek population living in the Soviet Union, citing the country's poor economic condition as the reason for being unable to accommodate such a large number of refugees. The Ministry of Social Welfare cancelled 1,000 permits it had issued for Greeks from the Soviet Union. However, most of the individuals had already sold their belongings and were waiting at ports to depart from Greece. By November 1929, approximately 50,000 had applied for permission to settle in Greece. To prevent a massive wave of emigration from the Soviet Union, the government introduced strict restrictions and regulations through Cabinet Act number B14/1931. This act set specific conditions for the immigration of Greeks from Russia, from the Soviet Union, and rejected applications that did not meet these criteria. This policy defined the fate of many individuals of Greek descent seeking to resettle in Greece. In subsequent years, the Greek population in the Soviet Union faced the harsh realities of Stalinist policies against various ethnic groups, which had begun a few years before the outbreak of World War II. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Marathon session. Funny enough, as the session continues, we seem to be becoming more and more, which is a very positive sign. Will you introduce?
Thank you very much. Annita Antoniadou, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
She's coming from Cyprus, from the Technological University in Cyprus. She is the associate professor on history and culture studies. She's interested especially in cultural heritage, and so now I am giving floor to show your results for your research. Thank you very much.
Κάνουμε ένα share το screen. Τα έχω χάσει. Πώς ήσουν εσύ μέσα?
Και εγώ το είχα βγάλει για αυγές. Λοιπόν,
κάτσε να το βάλουμε τώρα.
Πάντα ελαχιστοποίηση. Μην το κλείσεις, ελαχιστοποίηση. Μπράβο.
Κάτσε να κλείσει το δικό σου. Είναι όλα. Είμαι εδώ. Πάμε zoom. Κάτσε να φύγει τώρα. Ναι. Ήταν από πάνω. Θα κάνουμε έξω.
Εδώ, ωραία και σε.
Φαίνεται. Good afternoon, I'm Annita. I know most of you by now. Thanks for a lovely organization today. I'll try not to get you too bored, and we can talk outside. Right, I don't know, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I feel a little bit. Usually I stand, so. History by its nature defines situations, and while it often presents itself as universal, it actually marginalizes half of humanity. Now, European historiography has only recently acknowledged the benefits of comparative documentation of oral history, whereas the identity of the citizenaries serves as a foundational element. So the oral history method involves organizing and recording the past, highlighting social classes, often overlooked by traditional historiography, and capturing, as I will show you soon, historical accounts from individuals. So I'm coming from the lovely island of Cyprus, and my work today is focusing on Limassol. Now, Limassol is an area with a prolonged history, dates back to the prehistoric, with a lot of Greek settlement coming back and forth. It is a multicultural area still today, and I came up with a necessity to highlight the coexistence, or if you want... So it was a necessity to highlight the coexistence, the symbiosis, if you want to call it, between the Turkish Cypriot and the Greek Cypriots of the city. Now, symbiosis is any of several living arrangements between two groups. We're talking about two of the largest groups in the city by that time, and my work today, I'll be sharing with you, relies on personal interviews, oral documentation from individuals from these two groups. So the Turkish Cypriot community in Limassol originated from military personnel serving in the Ottoman Empire in the 1600s. So when these people, mostly Muslims from countries not from Turkey, Muslim countries like Syria, let's say, when they finished their work there, they, after fulfilling, let's say, their duties, they decide to settle on the island. So through the years, they make settlements around areas of worship, like mosques. Same happens in the city of Limassol. Over time, though, these people were assigned a Turkish identity. Remember, we're still in the Ottoman period. So anyone who was Muslim, apparently for the empire, was Turkish. And it was one of the Ottomans', let's say, efforts to alter the island's religious and culture identity. So there is a perspective still today suggesting that very few Turkish Cypriots have roots that they can trace back geographically to Turkey. And this is a significant and unresolved chapter in the island's history, is the existence and the activities of the Greek Muslims that are not actually Turkish throughout the eras. By the 17th century, many Turkish Cypriots were actually Christian Greeks who converted to Muslims in order to escape from violence and heavy taxations from the empire. So despite the conversion, they managed to maintain their national ID, the Greek language, customs, and in many cases, secretly, they will practice the Christian faith. And we have accounts of entire Turkish Cypriots villages that they wouldn't speak anything else but Greek on the island. And remember, we're still in the Ottoman Empire. After the Ottomans, around 1900s, the island was sold to the British for 100 years, and under the British colonial, So under the British colonial, the island's population has to be recorded. So at the beginning, the British decided to divide the people into Muslims and non-Muslims. So they go with faith. The church had assisted that time several families in returning to Christianity that would be converted before to Islam. However, as the British gradually understood that the Greek Cypriots will intensify their efforts for union with Greece, we are in early 20th century now, we had a division to emerge between the two communities, categorizing them as Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, and divide them before with faith. So the constitutional framework of the existence, on the basis of existence, not on people, but on communities or a bicommunal, let's say, state. At the onset of the colonial rule, the Turkish Cypriot in Limassol number around 2,000. 4,000 was the Greek Cypriot residing in an underdeveloped settlement, which was Limassol at that time. No post office, no hotels, no banks, no anything that we all know of civilization. And we have a lot of accounts coming from foreigners describing this situation. In 1960s, United Kingdom abandoned Cyprus with the Zurich and London Agreement, and as soon as the Republic of Cyprus established in 1960, the second article of the Constitution makes reference to the communities on the island, and that's the Greek community and the Turkish Cypriot community, and includes that citizens who are Greek descent or speak Greek or practice Christianity, they will be called Greek Cypriots, and people who follow the Turkish culture, are Muslims or are of Turkish descent, they will be called Turkish Cypriots. The independence and stable functioning of the newly established state lasted about 3 years, so from 60 to 63, and then we have some Turkish Cypriots from the Turkish Cypriot community that were not happy with this situation, and we have the first major tension that led to 1974 Turkish invasion. So I'll be focusing today on 1663, which is a fruitful time for the island and for Limassol. The aim of the research was to examine these two groups that remain unexplored by dominant social memory, and in order to outline the society in 1960 and 1963. Also, my objective was to provide a deeper understanding of the social culture for both groups, the Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, and in a transformative period for Limassol through autobiographical interviews. The interview process took like almost a year and a half. I had to interview people from various places, and more than 2 times, and it took several hours. We started with basic questions, and then I let them to lead the conversation. The 2 primary constraints for obtaining appropriate sample was age and language. So specifically, I need participants who, at the age of in 1960, the Republic of Cyprus started, they had to be around 12 to 13 or at least 28. Just to be alive today, I can communicate, and they will have memories I could use. Additionally, the interviews were conducted on a personal level, so I didn't use interpreter, so I had to use my knowledge of language. So either that will be Greek, English, or the Cypriot dialect, as my Turkish are very, very minimum. So despite the challenges in finding suitable age group and arranging meetings, it was quite a fruitful research. So, and through the collection of these oral testimonies, I utilized findings to create a space for them within the history of the city, as you'll see. Actually, the dominant narratives about the island, about Cyprus, for the recent national history, which significantly influence the public sphere, have often been dependent on testimonies from male population. So it was another aspect of the research to include female perspectives in historical sources and cross-reference with historical data. Starting, I will try to show, a little bit of what I came across. People open their house, share with me photographs, and I ended up that we have a lovely background of friendships around 1960s. People remember friends from their childhood, and in that way they refer to them so I can go and visit them or talk to them, which was quite interesting for people 70 and 80 years old. The other interesting thing that came up is how these people manipulate or used the social coexistence or the social symbiosis in 1960. When asked about their memories and experiences at the dawn of the independence, both males and females who were teenagers at that time or young couples, they told me that they all lived together and worked together for a better life, and that came up as the city's development, you see forward. Regarding the demographics of the city, a lot of them, and especially the Turkish Cypriots, told me that it was likely a lower number of what it comes up in demographics, the Turkish Cypriots, that they actually appeared in the research. And the significant pins that emerge from the interviews with the Turkish Cypriots interviewees is that many families that they've been called Turkish Cypriots who embrace Islam and labeled as Turkish Cypriots by the British, they have not originated from Turkey. They told me that probably their grandparents came from areas like Egypt or Syria, or they were on the island for 500 years, so they wouldn't know where they're coming from, but they call themselves Cypriots. That's their identity. It was interesting to see a social interaction and social acceptance. We have a lot of accounts and a lot of reports from these people attending Christian festivals or Christian panegyria festival celebrations, and it was interesting to see Turkish Cypriots telling me stories about how they get involved in the carnival, which is a Christian-ish tradition for Limassol, which is similar to the Greek one. So they will take place and they will go with their friends and they will dress up and go to the balls, even if they call themselves Muslims. Same with the wine festival, which Limassol is very famous for. It's been 100 years tradition. We have a huge wine festival around October, and Turkish Cypriots will go with their families along with Greek Cypriot family friends. They will drink wine, they will watch the shows, etc. Though I'm at the end, I'll play a little bit of the audio from the interviews. Is in English, and then I'll conclude. Can you hear that, or doesn't work? No, μπορεί να μην έχει μικρόφωνο. Δεν πειράζει. Θες να το δεις? Να το ανοίξω λίγο. Αν δεν βολεύει, δεν πειράζει. Παίζει αυτό. Ναι, είναι ένα μικρό απόσπασμα από interview. Αν παίζει, αν δεν παίζει, δεν πειράζει.
Θα κλείσω από εκεί το zoom, αναγκαστικά. Ανοίξτε λίγο τον ήχο από εκεί. Θα κλείσω από εδώ για να μην μικροφωνήσει.
Να το ανοίξω από το... Θέλετε να έρθετε εδώ.
Ανοίξτε λίγο και το zoom το μικρόφωνο εδώ. Συγγνώμη λίγο.
Πρέπει να παίξω από εκεί.
Να βγούμε λίγο τώρα σε zoom πάλι.
Εδώ.
Σας έχω αναστατώσει, συγγνώμη.
Τώρα μπορείτε.
Άρα το πατάμε.
My grandfather had Greek Cypriot patients, and he would go to the villages to see his patients, his Greek Cypriot patients. And sometimes they wouldn't be able to pay, and he would be paying to go to things like that, and he wouldn't take money, but that's how they would pay him. And it was a thank you. They went to the Greek wedding. They would shop for Greek shops. My older aunt had a Greek Cypriot hairdresser who came to the house to do her hair.
So, according to the lady, that was really lovely and really good English. Her grandfather was a doctor, a Turkish Cypriot doctor, but from her account, I cross-referenced that with other 10 different people who didn't know that I knew that lady and told me that there was only one Turkish doctor in the actual city, and that was her grandfather. So I cross-referenced a lot of what people were saying to me. All interviews recall that the Turkish Cypriots engaged in various professions such as blanket makers, tailors, gardeners, things that they're still alive in my city. And a lot of them recalled meeting these people or going to the same restaurants to have dinner. One last thing that came up from the interviews is female empowerment and entrepreneurship. As discussion shifted for clothing and shopping, I had a Greek professor who her mom decided in the 60s to open a shop selling dresses that she will import from England. And there was very, very short dresses, very elegant dresses. And apparently the Turkish Cypriot ladies, along with the Greek Cypriots, they would love to go shopping
there, which was quite interesting about culture. Also, I had two sisters who told me that her mom every week will take her for a spa day to the hammam, to the Turkish baths. But the interesting thing was that the Turkish bath was run by a Turkish lady. So in the 60s, she was the manager of the hammam in a city of a multiculturalism evident. Just to summarize, Limassol in the 20th century obtained, I think, a very unique and adaptable identity which helped for the city to coexist and flourished over the time, even something that's happening today. And these oral narratives have played a crucial role in integrating historical culture and accurate historical data. In a city that is characterized by a cultural blend, Limassol has always been progressive and emphasizing the importance of cooperation and the economic life. I finally realized that all has to come because people felt a sense of equality that time, and there was no war. Everybody wanted to build up a very new state, a new city, and that's why all the social benefit affected these people, these communities, to live together. So just to close, history as a science is subject to evolution and revision, and that's why you're all here. So a crucial aspect of understanding the history of the city lies in recognizing, I think, the factors that shape the community alongside with the religious and the identity. So that's me. Questions after the break, promise. Thank you.
We take questions immediately, but then we go around and let people ask all the questions together, and then the speakers will respond in the way they want to. Yeah, I think. All right. So, I think one. Yes, one.
Okay, one for Mrs. Keziban, Acar, one of my favorite Cossacks. I listened to your main argument, about the differences in animosity between the White Army and the Cossacks. And I understand that it's mostly of class because of the top-heavy serving class of the white formations, and especially the immigrants who were the multicolored brigades called in the Russian historiography, especially in Lesbos. And in the opposite side, the Cossacks that were the warrior serving class, etc., etc. I found it a little bit simplistic because the main differences and animosity between these two groups were not only class, because we know that especially the immigrants were, even in the Cossacks, the upper class of them were successful to escape the Soviet terror. And second of it, I think that we have to take account also the military operations, especially the Denik and Wagner offensive operations, that in them there were many animosity between these two groups. And I think this is also one of the reasons that these two kind of groups in Lesbos and the Gallipoli, they were not in accordion with each other. And also, I learned about the island of death, Ostrov Smer, in a different historiography. If you really want to learn it, how this island arrived in the battlefields of South America in the Interwar period, you can learn it for me. Because I know about the Chaco War, where the Russian Cossacks were there from Lesbos.
Sure. Okay.
What was the question?
Me, like I didn't say that Cossacks were servants and Russians were buckets. I don't remember. I didn't mention the conflict in the Vietnam. I didn't. So
We'll take all the questions.
There's a question to Annita. As I mentioned in the Great Revolution, this as a method
for my research, and I have come across various cases where the British have used the system of divide and rule, and I was wondering whether this categorization of the citizens of Cyprus were used somehow to create policies to divide and rule Cyprus.
They started not immediately.
Hold. Other questions? Someone else? I have a question. All right. No, you first. No, you. Okay, I want to ask a question in particular about the Romanian description of the memoirs of the period. And this is that we're talking about a period where there are troop movements everywhere. Yeah, so there we heard about the Cossacks and the Russians. In Romania at the time, apart from the Germans, at the end of the period you're talking about, in Moldova in particular, they're French, they're Greek troops in Russia, there's the Greek-Turkish War, I mean, everywhere. Are all these memoirists positioning themselves according to which troops are going in and out? Is this, sort of, how does this fit into what they're talking about?
Thank you very much, Yanis. My question is in the same line and way. Listening to your papers, I have one question about whether memories about refugees and status of refugees could come a locus for resistance against the policy and criticism against the war. Is possible to produce some pacifist rhetorics, because you thought Karp said never again war, but after then he became again politician and start legitimizing his policy in this way. So for me it's very precarious how all these memoirs also are working as a way to cope with trauma, but at the same time to legitimize the political status because they are elites. And at the same way, listening to the problems about the refugees is the same with the prisoners of war. There is the same problem with the psychology, the resistance against the politics, and how they feel, because our colleagues thought that there is no island of that, but this is the feeling, how they feel, the feeling about all this. And for me, working so long time with the memoirs of prisoners of war, I am not so skeptical about the social issue. There is a classy social issue because there is soldiers against the officers. This time, Russian Bolshevik, after Bucharest and treaties and so on, they use exactly these conflicts to enter in the prisoners of war and so on. Their class and social problem is very, very hard in these societies, in these communities. They became communities. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for wonderful example how the oral history working for reconciliation. Thank you very much.
So let's restart with.
No, what's his question?
Sorry, I didn't say there's another question.
I have a question for Professor Acar. Yeah. Have you visited Limnos? Have you visited Limnos? I will be more than happy to travel together to show you all the remnants and of all these territories where the Cossacks and the Russians have been established, at the establishment of the Australians and the British that were there till the armistice of Mudros. Yeah, and except this, we have published a book about all the necessary information about their establishment there and their social life there, which are in contradiction with their memories. Yeah, so there is, you can upgrade your paper with more information. Thank you. We'll discuss it at the break because we do not have time.
Thank you for all these questions. We will try both together to answer some. Okay, about the presence of foreign troops on the Romanian territory, of course, during the war, and we have two different perceptions from not quite from the moment of the starting of the war, because it was unanimity in the first weeks of the war, but after the defeat of the troops on the Transylvanian front, it appeared two directions. One of these is concerning the autonomy of the Romanian army in relation with allies army, especially with the Russian troops. And some of the politicians criticize the presence and the behavior of the Russian troops. They didn't fought with bravery on the Romanian front. They didn't. Their commitment was not so. Not so decisive as initial as they fought on the initial studies of the war. The other perspective is about the army of the enemy armies, and this is a problem because many of Romanian politicians wrote on the newspaper, especially politicians from the refugee pro-Ententist politicians that the Allied troop in a propaganda effort are very cruel, barbarian troops. The German troops are very cruel, and the population is necessary to refuge in Moldavia. This was very dangerous because create a huge wave of immigrants from the Wallachia to Moldavia. It complicates the situation in Moldavia with these people. And this wave was encouraged by this position. The Germanophile from Bucharest, they said, okay, we don't know, it's not necessary to emigrate to Moldavia because we can negotiate, we can achieve a very good position for Romania, and someone is necessary to remain here and to negotiate with these troops. They were different, and of course, the most appropriate behavior in relation with foreign troops in Romania was with French mission, military mission in Iași. Very appreciate from the Romanian government and not so criticized by the Germanophile in Bucharest. They didn't criticize so much the presence of the French troops, 1,200 military officers in Moldavia in Iași to reinforce the Romanian army. They criticize the presence of the Russian troops on this territory. Concerning the memoir and the possibility to identify pacific rhetoric or discourse. Of course, in the memoir from Iași is not pacifist. They are the governmental politician decided to continue the war, to fight until the finish. No pacifism, and then in Bucharest it is a discourse about the peace because it's a separate peace with Central Powers, which must be concluded exactly by these politicians who remain in Bucharest. But it's not. It is a peace like a necessity, not like a conviction. We are convinced that the pacifism or the neutrality during the whole war, no parties, no political parties, no Romanian politician with some socialist minority exception was convinced that Romanian had to remain in neutrality. They both have a war opinion. As allied by Entente and by Central Powers. That means entering into the war. And okay, first trauma, then how it's possible, if I understand these questions, how is possible first to speak about the trauma, then to legitimate the policy. Yes, it's possible because when they came to Moldova, and here Andrei could explain, can give us some details. When they came to Moldova, they needed to identify a propaganda discourse to unify the nation. And they had to recognize the defeat. They had to recognize the disaster in Moldova. It was hunger, it was disease, typhus, and so many other problems, social, economical problem, resources. But at the same time, they had to find a way to legitimize the decision to stay in the war, to fight until the end. So they recognized this is interesting. First, we recognized the drama, and then we decided to fight to sustain the government who made possible this drama, and to fight until the finish. If you want to complete.
Just
it's another lecture.
I apologize. But Vlasis, I insist we don't end yet. I'm going to risk my position.
Thank you. I would like to correct first. I didn't mention anything about Cossacks being servants and Russians being. It's not about being servants and or boss. It's about. In memoirs, it's collective, because they fought. They were all a member of White Russian Army. You know, it's not soldiers, officers, Cossacks, and Russians. So, but when they faced hardships and difficulties, Russians maintained to be loyal to Russian monarchy, even though there was not a monarchy anymore. They still hoped that they would overthrow Bolshevik regime one day and then restate Russian monarchy. But Cossacks didn't have any kind of dreams like that. That's what I want to emphasize. Okay? And secondly, that of island is not official name. That's the feeling they had. They used the same expression for Gallipoli as well, because they felt like they were like prison in these islands, because they were not, they didn't have any connections, they were isolated, you know, and they tried to escape, mostly Cossacks. And some succeeded, some didn't. So that's what I want to emphasize. And what else? There were some class. There was not class distinctions between officers and soldiers. In case of Russian refugees, it was more a difference or distinction between Russian Cossacks together and allied officers. They were against, they had tension with allied officers or their soldiers or officers like Senegalese soldiers. Cossacks and Russians didn't have problem on the island, as far as I read from the memoirs. But they united against allied officers. They hated them. So also they were not happy, as you mentioned. They were not happy at all on the islands, in the camps. Of course, they were trying to keep their spirit high by doing the same things they did before, like they were going to church, they were celebrating their national or religious days, and they were reading in Russian or in their language, but they wanted to go back to their country first. If it's not possible, they wanted to go to Europe. They didn't want to stay on the islands. Thank you.
Now is your time. I came across a lot of things the British did on the island. One of that was when they decided that they want to split the country between Muslims, not Muslims, Turkish Cypriot, Greek Cypriots. And they saw that the Greek Cypriots were eager to unite with Greece. It was the same time Crete united with mainland. They gave a lot of high jobs to the Turkish Cypriots. So you will see Turkish Cypriots having high positions in military, in police, in local authorities, just to keep the division. And that was a problem because most of those Turkish Cypriots were not actual locals. They will bring or import people from abroad, giving them an ID, telling them you're a Turkish Cypriot, high paid, and then they will give them guns, and that will actually was one of the problems in 1963, that there people appear with guns in a very, very serenity environment that they shouldn't. And we can talk about that later if you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Break, because we deserve it. Thank you for everyone who talked. That was a long session. and we learned a tremendous amount. And yes, coffee, and then
historian in Eastern European history. Christina, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you.
15 minutes for everybody.
Thank you for the invitation. In my presentation is the key word is the coexistence, együttélés in Hungarian. And first of all, I would like to show you one short clip about a film. No need to speak Hungarian or understand Hungarian. It is the
és a délután és az éjszakai időszakban pedig felvált fejlesztő somborok és baltagozsokon.
This was the most iconic clip from the film, Coexistence. Okay. My topic is Divided Memories of Displacement, a Hungarian love story in Baranya County in the 80s. Sorry. At the beginning of the 1980s, a lucky period began in the life of Hungarian television and film production. Through the intervention of the German film producer Manfred Korytowski, a 15-year cooperation was established between the West German production company Infofilm and the Hungarian Mofilm, the largest and most significant film studio and strategic base for the Hungarian film industry. He is Manfred Korytowski. Mofilm Objective Film Studio and Infofilm. Given both the filmmakers and the producer Korytowski have passed away several years ago, it is difficult to find out who came up with the idea for the film Coexistence. However, is the fact that Livia Gyarmati, the film director, was already a well-known and respected documentary and feature film director who often touched on sensitive topics. With her husband, Géza Böszörményi, in the early 80s began to map the irreversible local consequences of the Second World War, like deportation, displacement, resettlements, and taking the first step toward the social processing of traumas. Gyarmati discovered a Romeo-Julia-like love story between a Bukovinian settler, Székely, man, and a Swabian German girl in Baranya County, the south part of Hungary, in Transdanubian region, in two neighboring villages, very small villages, Somberek and Palotabozsok. The resettlements of both ethnic groups occurred during the 18th century within the Habsburg monarchy. The Swabians came from western and southwestern region of Germany to repopulate areas in Hungary devastated by the wars against the Ottoman Turks. The expulsion of the Turks resulted in an organized settlement program sponsored by the Habsburgs. The settlers who left Germany from Hungary in the 18th century numbered about 150,000 individuals. They were able to keep their language, religion, Catholic religion, and developed strong ethnic German communities in Hungary. Even though they came from various regions and spoke various dialects, the Hungarians called them Swabians, and name came to be used in reference to all Germans who settled in the Danube Valley. One of the areas where such Swabians were most numerous is Baranyakanti, the setting of the film Coexistence. Historically, the Székely enjoyed, the other ethnic group, the Szekler, the Székely in Hungarian, enjoyed a privileged position in the Hungarian kingdom. They provided service as border guards on the eastern frontier and in return allowed to practice self-government with their own cant and legislation bodies. This began to change during the 18th century as the Habsburgs centralized control on the region and wanted to set up a border guard force that would be loyal to the crown. The settlers defended of their independence and wanted to keep their privileges. In January of 1764, the assembly of the protesting settlers in Mádéfalva was massacred by the imperial troops. The rest of Székely's population fled to Moldova. Following the Habsburg acquisition of Bukovina in 1775, Field Marshal András Hadik, a Hungarian nobleman, was entrusted with the responsibility of populating the newly acquired territory and integrating it into the empire. He facilitated amnesty for the settlers, Székelys, in the Vienna Court, and in the following 10 years, he resettled nearly 3,000 Hungarian settlers, creating 5 villages in Bukovina, 2 of which, Hadikfalva and Andrásfalva, named after him. Hadikfalva is very important because the husband family came from Hadikfalva. Today, these 5 villages are in Romania. In the following decades, the idea of the return to Bukovinan settler, that is, means resettlement of them within the Hungarian border, was discussed in Hungary on several occasions. On May 11, 1941, Hungary and Romania signed an agreement on the resettlement of the Bukovinan settler. The Hungarian government facilitated the relocation to Bácska. This is the way of settler from Bukovina to Bácska and to Hungary. The Hungarian government facilitated the relocation to Bácska. This is today Serbia, and which had been acquired from Yugoslavia in April 1941. Following the loss of territories annexed during the war, the Hungarian government relocated the settlers, the Székelys, to the homes of Swabian families in the village of Tolna and Baranyakanti. They lived alongside the Swabians who had been sentenced as collective punishment to deportation. Following their departure, the Swabian departure, the settlers assumed control of their properties and took up residence in their houses. In 1948, the Hungarian government stopped the deportation, the displacement process. Some of the German families were able to escape from Germany or Austria, and returned to Hungary. This resulted in two very different ethnic groups being forced to live in the same place in an impossible situation. A good part of these families in Palota-Bozsok, including the Grum's family, are settlers from Bukovina. Csibi Zoltán is the name of the Grum. His family is from Hadikfalva and living in Palota-Bozsok. This is a very small village in Baranyakanti. The bride family, Mária Flug, Flug family is living in Schomberek, the German, ethnic German family. They are two neighboring settlements. The film depicts the preparation for the wedding, but it is also illustrates the concerns and apprehension that the parents on both sides have about the marriage. As the movie illustrates, mutual suspicion and prejudices have led to a situation where the families of the engaged couple are unable to agree on which village the wedding should take place in. This has been seen in this short clip. By gradually uncovering the past and presenting the viewpoints of both parties, both families, the film attempts to gain insight into why the Flug family was initially hesitant to meet Zoltán, and why there was a different opinion as to whether the intended wedding party should be held in Schomberek or Palota-Bozsok. The solution that was ultimately decided upon was that the wedding party would take place in both places. The film featured a memorable scene that could be considered almost iconic scene. In it, we see a couple who is completely exhausted, commuting between two settlements to please both their kinship. However, the conflict that arises after the church wedding is particularly challenging. Zoltán and Maria were unable to reach an agreement on which village to move it. The girl's mother is concerned that Mari will not speak and not pass the German language to her children. In the movie, the filmmakers have done an excellent job of capturing a sense of authenticity from the performances of the amateur actors to the contribution of the historians and the priest, the ethnographer Bertalan Andrásfalvi, who later served as Minister of Education, and also the choice of location. In the closing scene of the film, the ethnographer Andrásfalvi, one of the film advisors, shared his concern about the future of the Hungarian Swabians, Hungarian Germans, and their culture, nothing that they might face challenges due to assimilation. Neither Andrásfalvi nor many others could have foreseen the new turn of history that unfolded in 1989 with the regime change and the fall of the so-called socialism in Eastern Europe. As early in the 80s, there was a growing appreciation and valuing of the German relation, which was also closely related to the Hungarian foreign policy orientation. Already before the regime change, there was a growing recognition of the importance of personal and family relations, along with the value of proficiency of the German language. From this perspective, the Hungarian Swabians had a distinct advantage. After watching the film, this is the iconic moment, dancing with his mother-in-law. After watching the film, the most exciting question is obviously what happened to the couple after more than 30 years. I had opportunity to visit the two settlements, Palota-Bozsok and Schomberek, and engage in conversation with several individuals from the film, including the Csibi couple. They haven't given an interview to anyone since the wedding, not even Livia Gyarmati, to the film director, who visited them 10 years after their marriage. For them, the story is over, finished. But I managed to find out from them that in the early 80s, there were numerous similar mixed marriages in these two settlements. The director extended invitation to several individuals to appear in the film, but only the Chibis accepted. As Maria noted, they found the opportunity interesting and even funny. She also observed that this mixed marriage appeared to be, in almost all cases, successful, just like theirs. Mari is a kindergarten teacher. Zoltán is a carpenter. These reside the village where their husband family lives in Palota-Bozsok. They have 2 children, 2 grandchildren, and all of them speaking German. Zoltán has even learned some German. It is also noteworthy that they never visited the secular settlements in Bukovina, today Romania, such Hadikfalva, from came Zoltán's family, never visited. Through the conversation with the locals, I became evident that the German orientation is a prominent aspect of these marriages. It would seem that this is related to the political, economic, and cultural effects that follow the change of regime. Both settlements have a vibrant Swabian German cultural life. As time passes, the number of people alive from the generation in which historical grievances were deeply rooted continues to dwindle. Even today, many recall the film of the coexistence, and the doubts and fears of that time have been replaced by a kind of local patriotic pride. Thank you for the attention. These 2 typical houses, Swabian houses from Palota-Bozsok and Zsomberek. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kofi. And now I would like to ask Attila Novak, Senior Researcher at the Thomas Mulder Institute for Advanced Studies at the Ludovica University, to start his presentation, which will be without a PowerPoint.
And 15 minutes. Maximum. Okay. So this short lecture is the Hungarian Jewish Coexistence and Dissent in 20th Century. This is my title of my lecture. So this lecture is very short lecture. It's also a memory for my own family. My grandmother on my father's side, born to Silistra, to a Hungarian Jewish family on the Romanian-Bulgarian border, considered herself part of the Hungarian people until the concentration camp where she was deported, but remained culturally Hungarian all her life, even if it was memory that distinguished her from non-Jewish Hungarians after World War II. When we talk about the coexistence of Hungarian Jews and non-Jewish Hungarians in the 20th century, it's inevitable that we don't talk about the situation that prevailed in 19th century Hungary. In 19th century Hungary, Hungarian-speaking Jews was part of Habsburg Empire and the Austrian-Hungary Empire. If we were to very briefly, because the frame here is limited, describe certain trends, we would have to say that Jews of the time began to fully Magyarize, Hungarianize, and at the same time the main agent of the Magyarization efforts, which are of course driven from above. In 1825, there were almost 200,000 Jews, while in 1910 there was almost 1 million Jews. So this is the numbers were very high. This proportion was not low in the imperial context, since according to the 1920 census, Hungarians made up 55% of the empire, while Romanians represented 16%, Slovaks 11%, the Germans 10%. So it can be said that this was a very dominant population, which moreover not only did not pose a threat to the Magyarization efforts, but was extremely useful for the state-forming people, even in the dual monarchy. To the outside observer, however, the Jewish community was divided. Those who were more attached to tradition and innovators carved out their own customs and organization. The Neolog, the so-called Neolog National Organization, was established at the Jewish Congress in 1968, and the Orthodoxy, otherwise prone to decentralization, also created its own organization and infrastructure. However, this difference, also it formed in few degrees, did not affect the fact that the Jews wanted to be essentially Hungarians, which in this case meant that they wanted to share in the rights that the liberal nationalist Hungarian political elite had granted them. Of course, this type of inter-Jewish division also implied that perhaps, with the exception of some Orthodox groups maintaining a Jewish population, the Neolog accepted they were religions in Hungary, just as they were Catholics, Reformed, Evangelical, Eastern, and Armenian Orthodox Christians. For example, Vilmos Vázsonyi, a man of brilliant political talent and a leading figure in the Jewish reception struggle, sharply rejected the Catholic clergy attacks on Jewish reception by claiming that Hungarians were not a separate race and that also the Jews had formerly been a nation. They were not since the destruction of the Jewish state and the temple. This was the worldview of the majority of the assimilated Neolog Jewry in Hungary. This kind of traditional Hungarian Jewish self-understanding received a huge irreparable scare when the country lost territories after the First World War and the revolution of 1918 and the Soviet Republic of 1919. With territorial loss of Trianon, hundreds of thousands of native Hungarian-speaking Jews found themselves in countries. In 1920, the Jewish population of the country was about maximum or less than 500,000. Also, this number constituted almost 6% of the country's population. The point is that the Soviet Republic, which was a Bolshevik experiment, and this loss of territory were blamed on the Jews by the increasingly powerful and ruling far right. A numerous clausus law was passed, and also it was later repealed. The golden age of Hungarian Jewish coexistence was over. Also new was the emergence of the Zionist narrative in 1918, accepted by several members of the Karai government, but in a way that did not disturb the Hungarian patriotism. Nevertheless, Hungarian Jews identified with the important aspiration of the Hungarian state until the Holocaust. The so-called Hungarian Jews, with a section, supported the ruling government party in the Hort area. After the Holocaust, which destroyed the majority of Hungarian Jewry, assimilation was completely reversed. Researchers estimate that the real number of Jews around 1946 was between 200,000 and 260,000. However, this was reduced significantly by immigration and Aliyah, immigration to Palestine, later state of Israel. According to both domestic and Israeli sources, at least 50,000-60,000 Jews emigrated between 1945 and 1957, most of them to Israel. A further very significant reduction was caused the number of tragically poor demographic indicators for Holocaust survivors. In the last decades of socialism, the figure remained at 80,000, and today's situation shows even fewer people. If you are looking for an adequate concept on how and why broad sections of the population turned to Zionism from the 1930s onwards, the concept of dissimulation seems to be the most appropriate way of explaining what happened. Dissimulation is defined as the reversal of a social process of assimilation on a larger scale, which seeks to re-establish a pre-existing condition. This dissimulation was characteristic of the majority of those who became Zionists from the end of the 30s onwards, and who until then had a rather loose relationship not only with Zionism but also with Judaism. Assimilation in this sense means that a well-defined and describable social group comes into contact in whole or in part with another group, usually in a larger and dominant position, and then adopts the sum of more characteristic of that group that thus becomes like it. This process takes place, of course, over generation and can take place at different levels. Michael M. Gordon distinguishes 7 subvariants or sub-processes of the assimilation process, each of which mark a new stage of assimilation. These sub-processes are cultural or behavioral assimilation, and the structural assimilation and marital assimilation, identification assimilation, and behavioral receptional assimilation, and civic assimilation, which means that no conflict of values and power between minority and majority group. If you try to apply Gondor's dictionary, which was basically written for the situation that prevailed in the United States after 1945, to the Zionist type of dissimulation of Jews, we can say that it is the prejudice, but above all the enactment of legal discrimination, makes attitude acceptance and behavior acceptance assimilation impossible and can change the assimilation based on identification, which is so relevant and mainly national in European and thus in Hungarian history. According to this model, therefore, the driving force of Jewish dissimulation in contemporary Hungary is to be found in the assimilation of attitudes, which in Gordon's view refers not only to discriminatory behavior, but also to enacted discrimination, and which can fundamentally change what Gordon calls only identification assimilation. If, as a consequence of the above, identification with the majority nation is reversed, that also the achievements of assimilation so far don't disappear, processes can be set in motion which, by changing identity, radically reverse the assimilation process. Although the storms of 20th century Hungary's history did not leave this isolation intact, a significant part of Jewry, even Orthodoxy, assimilated on this basis, and the national identity, even the greatest Jewish religious rigor, remained Hungarian. The Holocaust hit at least assimilated rural and village Jews the hardest, but it also changed the consciousness of the remaining assimilated. After the Holocaust, it was not possible to behave as if nothing had happened, since it was precisely the psychological motives of the Hungarian national identification with the secular Hungarian nation-state and the intertwined legal historical narrative that were called into question. This tendency clearly had its effect in the rise of Zionism after 1945, when a narrow group opposed to the Jewish establishment became a mass movement, and the most important current of dissimulation among Hungarian Jews became an immigration ideology, whose organizational culture had already led to the formation of ideologies and groups corresponding to the political culture of the Central Eastern European region. The communist takeover froze this process of dissimulation. At the same time, self-discovery transformed, resolved, or even hibernated into a leftist ideology proclaiming Jewish identity or the unity of the human gender, or continued to live on as a hiding place in the small circles of traditionalist Jewry and the activities of the illegal Zionists, but the secular vision of the nation-state was not abandoned by the system. At most, the cornerstones of identification were changed, and full identification was expected of Jew. The policy and individual strategy of forgetting and consciously sweeping problems under the carpet was no longer sustainable after the regime change in 1989, since the democratic changes not only gave a great and new chance to be previously frozen Jewish community alive, organized Jewry began to flourish, by the emergence of anti-Semitism also for Jews who wanted to remove themselves from the Jewish, non-Jewish problematic to react. The anti-Jewish sentiment, which was constantly present in Hungarian society, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker, the increase in the voices of anti-Semites does not necessarily mean that there are more of them, forced even the most assimilated Jews to rethink their choices and strategies, since it was clear that this was not an ephemeral phenomenon, but an essential feature of Hungarian social development, and at the same time a phenomenon that had a significant impact in Jewish identity. After all, whatever one may think on the insignificance of anti-Semitism, after the Holocaust, the link between the emergence of any kind of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust became a close element of Jewish and non-Jewish social consciousness. The negation of anti-Jewishness, the encouragement to tolerate it or to treat it as a so-called local value, despite the existence of current considerations, can itself be seen as a kind of defeatism, since the procedural technique of persecution of Jews is not only a model in the minds of Jews, but also in the mind of anti-Semites. The problem is that the experiences that the Jewish population had during the Second World War were completely different from what happened to the majority of Hungarian population. From that point on, and we are not talking about assimilation, dissimulation, the Jewish historical memory was completely different from that of non-Jews. Hungarian sociologist András Kovács has written a lot about this, but we can also conclude that the whole perception of history was different by the Jews, and the memory of Holocaust hindered the identification to broader society. Because the communists suppressed all separate ethno-religious identification, this kind of difference was also in the background. You could not talk about it, but everybody was aware of it. After 1949, when Zionism was made illegitimate, this kind of perception of Jewishness was hardly expressed, but rather 1989 brought the change when it became clear that a good part of Hungarian Jewry identified with the Hungarian national history in a different way than non-Jewish Hungarians. In the Hungarian Jewish mind, the Soviets are liberating forces. They actually saved the lives of Hungarian Jews, while in the non-Jewish mind, they are the Soviets only a new violent occupying power, who moreover remind the country that they defeated it in the war. These absolutely different worldviews are difficult to reconcile. Add to this number of Jews who joined the Communist Party and took part in the running of the new pro-Soviet power, and it's no coincidence, firstly, by the way, a majority of Hungarian people considered the early 1950s as a Jewish power of the country in the hands of Jews. But a good number of Jews also sympathetic to the regime also took part in 1956 revolution because the Stalinist regime also persecuted the Jews by class identification. The softening socialist system from the 1970s onwards created the possibility for the two collective consciousness to come closer to each other, but in the first years after the Hungarian regime change, repressed consciousness emerged and pitted these groups against each other. Only time will solve these problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attila. And we have one more presentation on site, and I would like to welcome here Associate Professor Enriqueta Padelionnetti from the University of Tirana, a historian again. Enriqueta, the floor is yours.
I have, hello. First, thank you for having me here, and I have to find my presentation. It's at a desktop. It is in a desktop. It's in Greek, sorry.
Close this window.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just let me.
Open your presentation and then you have to go to the Zoom.
Oh, where is mine? Oh, yeah, the one. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, I will do it. So hello again. First of all, thank you for having me here. And my paper or my presentation is on the divided memories and in Albania, but not only on communism, but also during the Second World War. First of all, I would say that this is a process of work ongoing. Since a year, I'm dealing with the memory of internment, civil confinement. There are a lot of there is a huge terminology in characterizing the concentration camps of civil population, but not only civil population during the Second World War in Albania. And here I'm talking about the fascist period that we in Albania call it the occupation of Albania from the Mussolini army, April 1939 till September 1943, and then the memory of this internment and forced labor camps and prisons during the 45 years of communism. Before giving you some examples of the work that I'm I'm doing and researching since a year almost, I would say that, okay, we know that memory plays a very, very important role in shaping the collective identities, and particularly in the regions with the complex histories of oppression and conflicts. And in this presentation, I will explore how memory, or I will try to explore actually, how memory constructs collective identities in contemporary Albania, focusing specifically, as I said, on the internment and forced labor camps established during the Second World War and the Communist era. And this sensitive and intricate relationship between memory, historical awareness, and identity is profoundly influenced by the narratives found in the history texts. Yet revising and comprehensively understanding the past remains both complex, very complex, I would say. So I will try also to explore the amnesia, especially the amnesia surrounding the existence of these camps, especially during the Second World War, the narratives constructed around them, and the implication of contemporary Albanian identity and historiography mostly. Through an examination of specific camps, including, for example, the camps of Porto Romano in Durrësi, and in Kavaja, and in Fieri, and also in South Albania, and alongside the broader context of the labor and political repression, I will analyze how memory is selective, especially selective nowadays, shaped by those in power, but not only, and reflects the social changes in post-communist Albania. Well, here comes the famous one. I will, sorry, I forgot to. I will skip the theoretical framework due to the time, but first of all, I would say that about the methodology that I'm working in for this presentation, but not only, also for the academic investigation, the research that I'm conducting, mostly in the National Archives of Albania, but not only in Albania. Also, I'm doing some archival works in Italy, in Rome, Archivio dello Stato, and also with cases of using some methodology from oral history, especially interviewing, taking testimonies and from former political prisoners during communism, but also researching and the memoirs of people who have been in prison during the war. And also expanding my research in a kind of understanding the theoretical approach in the region, not only in Albania, but especially in the former Yugoslavia, in Greece, and I would say in southern eastern countries. And why this approach, why this comparison, why this kind of camps? Because it was a kind of personal, individual discovering for me when I was looking for some old photographs in the archive of Luce during the war, and I found some historical pictures or photos in the archive for images that illustrated the fascist occupation of Albania, but also I found some photographs of people mostly depicting Montenegrin and Serbian families in the Kavaja. They were called there, the title was The Concentration Camp in Kavaja in 1941. And actually, I have the date, 20 August 1941. So these photographs mostly portrayed civilians engaged in seemingly tranquil, I would say, as you see here, daily activities, starkly contrasting the underlying reality of their internment conditions. The presence of these Montenegrin families, noted as ordinary civilians, poses questions about the broader narrative of the war in Albania and the experience of various ethnic groups under the fascist regime. Kavaja, Durrësi, Porto Romano, and Fieri are located, especially Kavaja, where this picture is taken from the Luce archive, is located alongside the Albanian coast and is often recognized in Albania historical literature for its role in sheltering Jewish refugees escaping the Nazi occupation during the World War II, mostly from Yugoslavia. And these refugees primarily arrived from Kosovo during the establishment of the so-called Greater Albania. a term coined during the Italian occupation of the country that emphasized the unification of Italian-occupied Albania with Albanian population territories in Yugoslavia. However, for me, the discovery of photographs from Kavaja concentration camp highlights an overlooked, I would say, aspect of wartime history in Albania, one that has not been thoroughly explored in Albanian historiography concerning World War II. The most of the literature written about these internment or concentration camps established in Albania were coming mostly from Yugoslavia, from Italy, and some from Greece. So Albanian scholarship, especially throughout the communist regime, predominantly centered on or were focused on the narratives of persecution suffered by Albanians during the Italian occupation of the country. The primary focus on execution, imprisonment, deportation of young Albanians involved in anti-fascist movements often overshadowed discussions surrounding other groups, resulting in a historical narrative that emphasizes resistance while neglecting the experiences of non-Albanians, especially Montenegrins, Jews, and Greeks in these concentration and labor camps. The post-war period. I would say that shifting focus from these fascist internment camps to those of the communist regime is the essential to explore how the legacy of repression continued through the establishment of labor camps labeled as re-education units or reparte riedukimi or re-education prisons in Albania. Camps like those established by the communists and were used during the entire period, the 45 years of communism, till the late prisoners freed in January 1991, were those of Spac, Qavbari, Bulqiz in North Albania, and the most infamous is the Tepelena labor is the Tepelena camp. All of them became notorious for housing political opponents and dissidents, subjecting them to forced labor under inhumane conditions. Prisoners were coerced into working in harsh environments, primarily in mines, which were often dangerous and unsanitary, leading to widespread suffering and high mortality rates. Tepelena camp, for example, was opened in 1949 and closed, functional until mid of the 50s, primarily detaining families of anti-communists, this time individuals, Albanians, and perceived as states enemies, the anti-communists, who most of the men especially escaped Albania immediately after the war. The camp's demographic notably included elderly individuals and women with small children. Living conditions there were described as deplorable, with inadequate food, medical care, and sanitation. And the accounts from these inmates reveal harrowing experience of loss, suffering, deaths, and constant threats of violence, depicting the reality of that contrasts with the narratives often found in the historical accounts. During the communist era, public remembrance of the World War largely denounced fascism as the prime oppressive force, whereas contemporary narratives have begun to critique the ideological dictatorship that followed, often neglecting the realities of forced labor camps or concentration, civil confinement camps established under the fascists, but also under the communist rule. This layered memory, I would say, landscape reflects the struggles within the Albanian society today to acknowledge, reconcile, and navigate the legacies of its past. I'm skipping also some comparative theoretical approach in comparative, focusing mostly on the Albanian context. Well, the establishment of these camps, I would say, was primarily driven by ideologies that sought to eliminate perceived threats in the state, flaming the internment of specific groups, political dissidents, ethnic minorities, and perceived enemies as a means of consolidating control and fostering ideological conformity. During the World War II, internment camps of civilians became critical sites for the repression of political dissidents and the internment of non-Albanian civilians such as Montenegrins, Serbs, Greeks, some POWs, some POWs, especially some British soldiers, and Jews. But to the Jews, there is also at the beginning, there were, I'm not at the beginning, but most of the Jews, very few families of Jews were deported, were interned, confined in this internment. Most of them were with the government of Albania, the collaborationist government of Albania decided to have order to save the Jews and to put them in the remote area in the south of the country, far away from the northern Kosovo or the Greater Albania, where the German Nazi administration were present. So in kind of escape, but not with the Greeks, not with the other Slavian population. Photographs of families appearing to engage in everyday life activities, as I said, are very contrast to the narrative, to the lacking of the narrative of only Albanian anti-fascist or communist young people were put in these internment camps provisionally and then deported to Italy, in the islands of Italy. Yeah. Well, post-World War II, Albania transitioned into a communist state under Enver Hoxha, where this legacy of camps, as I said, did not end but rather transform. The internment camps of the communists, such as Tepelena and Chavbarzano, were those camps that are mostly discussed, investigated by mostly by the Institute for the Investigation nowadays for the investigation and study of communist crimes in Albania. But as it comes to the public discourse, as it comes to the politics of memory, there is a lack of attention toward these camps or these prisons. Well, I would say something about this complexity of divided memory, and the narrative surrounding Albanian internment camps have been influenced by the political ideologies of both the fascist and the communist regime, I would say, creating a multifaceted and often conflicting tapestry of collective memory. These divided memories reflect not only the experience of those interned, but also the varying perspectives of society, historians, political actors over time. During the World War II, the focus of public and the historical discourse in Albania was predominantly placed on the resistance against fascists. The narrative framed the Albanian population primarily as victims and heroes struggling against foreign oppressions. As a result, the existence of concentration camps like Kavaja, Shijak, and there were plenty of them, and I'm mentioning some of them. Shijak, Klos, Puka, Germen near the Boreli, Shiroka, the famous Villa Shiroka of the former king of Albania, were used to house most of the Greek families during the war that were deported in North Albania from the southern territories. Fier, Girocastra Castle, Pecin, Girocastra is in south, Pecin in middle Albania, Preza, Petrela, Porto Romano, and Porto Palermo. There were in the coastal area some of the sites of this where this camp were established, and were often overshadowed by the narratives glorifying partisans' resistance, and the remembrance during this period was characterized by a selective memory that emphasized the heroism of those fighting against the fascist forces, rather than addressing the plight of those deemed enemies of the state, including non-Albanians. So this exclusion resulted in a historical amnesia, according to me, regarding the complexities and the internment experiences, effectively silencing those who suffered in the hands of both foreign and local authorities. In contrast, the post-war communist narrative sought to construct a unified national identity rooted in the anti-fascist resistance, while simultaneously reinforcing the legitimacy of the communist regime actions. During the communist time, focus on the ideological conformity permitted history, education, and public memory. The camps established during the communist period were often interpreted through a lens of necessity and re-education. The selective emphasis on the partisan fight against the Nazis served, or the fascists, served to legitimize the regime's authoritarianism. Pardon. And the authoritarianism and the suppression of dissenting voices. But also the commemorative practice largely ignored or downplayed the suffering of those in forced labor camps or in the prison, reinforcing thus a monolithic, I would say, or monovocal portrait, a monovocal past that glorified the struggle against the fascists and the fascism while erasing other experiences. And the tension between this revolutionary, I would say, narrative and the realities of historical suffering leads to ongoing today debates regarding the interpretation of internment camps and the collective memory thereof. As a result, social, or I would say societal frustration emerged surrounding the memorialization of this size, of those sides, reflecting discrepancies in remembrance practices and historical interpretation. So this cycle of divided memory illustrates the conflict also within nowadays a conflict within the Albanian society regarding how history is constructed and remembered, often reflecting also the political context of the time. So in the contemporary landscape of memory politics, the Albanian society is increasingly to me, challenged to confront its past, being it during the war, but also of the communism. And it's characterized by these divided memories, I would say, and redefine its collectivity identity. Following the collapse of communism in the early 90s, as I said, there has been a notable, a big shift in the public discourse surrounding World War II and the communist era. Scholars, activists, civil society survivors has begun to advocate for recognition of the internment experiences, highlighting the need for a more inclusive narrative that acknowledges the suffering of all groups involved. Recent academic works have spotlighted the harsh experience of life in internment camps under both regimes. But these efforts against the long-standing silence that has characterized discussions, or lack, I would say, of studies of oppression in Albania, and the testimonies from former prisoners, archival documentation, scholarly investigations also aimed to shed light on the experiences of marginalized groups, while also exposing the complexities of identity politics and memory within the country. The push for the recognition of sites of memory, such as the camps above mentioned, those during communism but also during the war, has gained a momentum in recent years, especially abroad, but there are some few cases also within Albania. These sites are being reconsidered not only as markers of oppression, but also as crucial components on the historical narrative that deserves acknowledgement and preservation. And efforts to return places of suffering into educational resources, I would say, or memorials or museums reflect a societal desire or dream, I would say, to confront the past head-on and promote the healing through collective remembrance. Thus, this represents a critical step toward this dismantling the historical amnesia surrounding communist-era violence and creating also space for more nuanced, I would say, discussion regarding the internment of various groups. There are a lot of challenges, and I will stop because, okay, there's a lot. But I would say something about the Tepelena, but also the Porto Romano, which now are in very, very bad condition, I would say. Both sides of memory, according to as Nora, I'm referring to Pierre Nora terminology, are just left there without any consideration or any attempt to undertake a kind of musealization or memorialization. Everything is done by some NGOs or former political prisoner during communism, while about the Porto Romano, where most of the Montenegrin and some of the Southern Orthodox Albanian Orthodox from the region of Korça during the Italo-Greek War, which were deported in Porto Romano in Durrësi today, and were called because of their feelings, pro-Greek feelings, or called as Philo-Greek or Greco-Man. They were deported by the fascists in Porto Romano, while the Albanians, they lack any kind of information about this fact that Porto Romano was used as an internment camp or as a concentration camp during the war. But it was used only for Albanians, communists, and one of the famous cases was that Margarita Tutulanu, one of the a girl, a very young girl who fought against the fascists, died. Was deported there before deporting her to Cavaia, and was killed there by the fascists. So. These are the challenges now for the scholars, I would say, but also for those engaged or responsible with the politics of memory in Albania, so to deepen and to acknowledge also other realities regarding these camps, but also the narrative of, especially the narrative of the Second World War in Albania, which is really, I would say, a hot potato, but not only in the sense of the collaborationism, but also other aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Also, all of the speakers for more or less keeping the time. And we have now a presentation which should be online. You'll need to switch to Konstantina Eleni Bazani. See her on Zoom. Great. While we are working on the technologies, Konstantina Eleni, if I'm correct, is a student of this very university, University of Macedonia, and she will share with us today the story and memory of the voice of Svetlana Alexievich, who is well known to many of us. Not sure if we... Konstantina, can you try to speak? Konstantina, can you try to speak? We don't hear you yet.
Hello?
Yes. Now it looks better. Give us a moment before you start. Try again.
Am I listening?
Yes. Perfect. One minute. We have problems with the echo.
Is there a problem with the sound? I can hear you.
Perfect. Now it's only you.
I can see you cannot, but okay.
We see you as well.
And you hear me to start?
Yeah, perfect. You can start. You have your 15 minutes. Thank you. You can start now if you hear me.
I can't hear anything.
Okay. I will write. Can you hear me now? Perfect.
Hello. significant role of the Soviet Union in the Great Patriotic War, focusing on testimonies and perspective of women veterans. This research aimed to provide a deeper understanding of the women who found contributed and died in the war. It also explored the relationship between personal memory and official historical narratives. The presentation aimed to clarify the factors about the impact of this event on spiritual and moral values, the unity of Russian across ideologies, and the truth of testimonies in the Clan Alexeyevich book, The Unmovable Face of the War. The selection of this book from the series was based on the fact that the Soviet women veterans were the silenced and not fully documented group in the social memory of the world for many years until today. In 2015, the Swedish Academy announced the Nobel Prize for Literature to Belarusian journalist and writer Svetlana Alexeyevich, marking the first Belarusian to receive a non-literary Nobel Prize in this category. In 1985, the book of Annita Antoniadou, The Unwomanly Face of War, was published, which concerned the women soldiers and officers of the Red Army who served the Great Patriotic War of 41 to 45. Testimonies from 800 interview materials captured the women's circumstances, perspective and thought about what happened to the battlefield. The book stressed that the story of these women differed from the account of the men, and the author herself says that she wants to capture the human nature of the war and not the great history of the men, as experienced by the people and not experienced by the state. The testimonies of this book speak of the horror of a war described by women warriors, where at the end of the war they were asked to return to the feminine nature. From being veterans of the victorious war, they had to readjust to civilian life, to their social feminine nature. Svetlana Alexeyevich's role as an ethnographical collector of testimonies is symbolic. Their work contains of different narratives of private memory. Anna Krylova believes that they believe the same. When Soviet women enlisted, they will never expect to be excluded from the official history. This grievousness and their reaction found refuge in folk tales, Soviet literature, memoirs, and oral history. Heroism. The portrayal of true patriots, heroes, and great victory covered the variety of war experience of individuals, let alone the greatest casualty, the people in the Soviet Union. The victory of the Soviets and after the Russians to this day remain the most important mythologized moment in Soviet history, which is large parts of society embrace as the most possible element of their collective identity. The official narrative until to 1985 reject the weakness of Great Patriotic War heroes into the ideological frame of the communist regiment or the Homo Sovieticus. This book reveals very strong memories of women who fought, challenging the mythology of women as supportive figures who speak about the post-war trauma, forbidden things by the state and others. In 2021, research by Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences examined Russia's historical consciousness, focusing on education, searches, historical periods, and characteristics. However, searches like literature, cinema, television, and the internet have the modest impact on adult citizens' historical consciousness. The Great Patriotic War, Christianization of Russia, Peter the Great, and the Prince Vladimir are the most influential historical figures in Russian history and Soviet history. Collective memory, introduced by Maurice Halbach, is a concept that surpasses individual and group identities and serves as a basis for identity formation and contestation against the image of the past. It is shared by a group of individuals and is based on shared cultural truths and similar contexts about the past event. Scholars have attempted to clarify and approach the term, but they use conceptually synonymous terms like public memory or cultural memory has led to confusion. Collective memory refers to three themes: a body of knowledge, characteristic, and process. Collective memory is a space where the local groups contest the elite and official state narrative of the past. Burcin Rodiger argues that history tries to provide an accurate account of the past, while collective memory involves constructing self-interesting identity by resisting questionable evidence. In collective memory, part of a narrative can be erased or distorted for temporal consideration of identity. Virtue semiotic mechanism is crucial in narrative schemes, allowing authors to reconstruct plot structures. Concrete narratives are specific events found in surface texts, while schematizes model and are abstract and deeper narrative form. Community perspective practices of production, dissemination, and consumption are essential in shaping national memory, with state control playing a key factor in the formation of specific narrative about the past. The Soviet Union's history textbook were a key tool to state control production, influencing national memory and memory formation. The Soviet Ministry of Education centralized distribution while teachers controlled consumption. This controlled production and consumption of history helped to understand the univocality of national memory in states like the Soviet Union. The Great Patriotic War in 1941 until 1945 was a time when people tried to forget the war and focus on the building of the future. However, the body of emotions were difficult to forget. A woman who experienced or survivor of war faced censorship and lack of personal and individual suffering. In 1950, when Soviet literature turned of official Soviet searches that brought to light personal perspective of soldiers of the war by writing about them, this trend was called Kopnaya Pravda, the truth of the trenches, or captain literature. Did not bring about a significant discussion or deepening of human nature during wartime. Issues as physical or psychological hardships, such as terror, fear, hunger, cold, remain taboo subjects. In discourse of war, the female body, carrying myths and taboos lived from the gender and war stereotypes, is often overlooked. Svetlana Alexievich combined Alice Adamov's collective memory, collective novel, and Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel to create moral memory of the Soviet Union. Her work, spanning from Great Patriotic War to the post-Soviet era, used material-life narrative confection and testimony to confront Soviet social and political changes. Dmitry Bykov explained that was influenced by Alice Adamov's work, particularly with literatura, this hyper-literature gen, and to bring out authentic truths and traumas of ordinary people, demonstrate respect for victims, and allow readers to experience stories on multiple levels. Asman Zvereva works on collective memory, Russia extends Holbach's definition to social and cultural dimensions. Soviet post-Soviet Russia have a unique collective memory influenced by historical events and cultural identity. During the Glasnost, Soviets attempt to fill the gaps for famous historical events, but modern Russia often hides, forgets, generalizes, and ignores. This even led to post-Soviet political melancholy. In the following slides, we'll see selective testimony generated from the book, referring only in the different chapter, as the pace of the edition differs according to the type of book. Pennington, under John Erickson's guidance, emphasized the need for deep historical research of women who volunteered to fight in the Iranian army during Second World War. Despite the opening of Soviet archives, research is still at early stage due to the lack of official enlistment papers and scientific research. Secondly, the lack of scientific research is also attributed to the lack of historians who, as willing, knows the language of research and have the motivation to conduct this research. One of the most common occupations of women in the wars was that of nurse, psychological and physical support to soldiers. In 1941 draft, Soviet women into combat positions was the largest in modern history, with them occupying not only non-combat position, but also key position of direct involvement at the front. 800,000 Soviet women took part between 41 until 45 in Red Army as nurses, doctors, cooks, laundresses, snipers, pilots, partisan riders, radio operators, scouts, and others. The air defense sector became exclusively female, or the battalion of women partisans in the south of Soviet Union, mainly Belarus and Ukraine. The participation of women in Red Army was not foreseen by the authorities at the beginning of the war, according to testimony of veteran in Alexievich's book. There were no women boots at the beginning. They gave us man's boot and soldiers' uniforms. The female participation in great part of the wars, as Alexievich has prefaced in the last edition of 28, the last edition of the book, was the largest in the number in the world up to the time. Specifically, 800,000 Soviet women served in the war, not counting in the number of women in the rear and the partisans. While in the British Army, there was about 225,000. In the American Army was about 500,000, and in German is the same. Anna Krylova highlights the role of the Soviet women in the war effort despite the resistance from the commissars. Women were allowed to pursue roles beyond factory workers and backfront workers and trained in combat equipment. Among the 800,000 women sent in the front, thousands were rifle, machine gun, and mortar subdivision commanders. Despite the experience, Soviet women were often criticized by the gender, leading to negative stereotypes. The image of woman machine gunner was popularized in Chapayeva's film, and many young women were nicknamed Anka. In 1942, the Vsevolozh trained 4,500 women as a heavy machine gun operator and 7,800 on light machine guns. Famous women machine gunners were included in Olena Ornilova, Zoya Smirnova, and Dimitrova, who served on machine gun crews through the war. Snipers played a crucial role in the Red Army during the war, with marksmanship training being widely offered to young women and men. In October 1942, Stalin declared the formation of women brigades to satisfy the desire of women to defend the socialist maternity. Although volunteer recruitment of women in the Red Army was an official line, research shows that between 42 and 43, as a mass recruitment was organized by Komsomol. This recruitment followed the restriction of the Komsomol Central Committee's decision, which is prohibited the enlistment of women who were sole caretakers of the family, women who were pregnant, and young children cared for relatives, women who came from occupied areas of Belarus and Western Ukraine, or came from previously occupied territories. During the war, Pravda, the communist newspaper, hailed Soviet women aviators as the national heroes of the war. Hence, our women became the face of the war. Some of the conflicting themes introduced by Alexievich in these books is the dehumanization of human during the war. For example, introduces the rejection of the existence of motherhood, the hunger of soldiers, the femininity, and the war crimes as a rape. Maria Bozok's story of nurses embodies the gender nature of women during wartime, even carries soldiers' severed leg like a baby. Her story demonstrates the humanization of man and the tenderness of the woman. In contrast, an anonymous radio operator woman tells her story of drawing her baby to avoid endangering her unit. Both stories highlight the sacrifice made by women in war, highlighting the importance of unconditional tenderness and affection in achieving victory. The introduction of women into combat and military roles created a transversal political model of femininity, with women divided into those who acted according to maternal instincts and those who defended the homeland. Post-war propaganda led to a decline in women's popularity on the front line, leading to rumors and the phenomenon of mobile women of the field. Women veterans were afraid to wear their uniforms or publicly display their medals, often facing ridicule. Initially, the regime allowed women to excel on the front line, but not the trenches. Women participants of the front may be considered heroic or admirable, but as some testimonies are told to Svetlana Alexievich in the Soviet kitchen, because that is where women's voices were raised, it was not accepted by society both during and after the war. The women who participated in the front were considered morally unreliable and tend to immoral acts that didn't not fit in the peaceful society. After the war, many did not say that they had participated, even been honored for their fight, forcing them to return to the original roles of women. Many of Alexievich's testimonies contain indignant grievances, as the official historical space consists of the male's history, women's experiences of war have been banished from public discourse. The woman retained the memory of personal experience rather than being allowed to share it in official acknowledged history. Some men during Alexievich research confirms this by considering women too emotional and too talkative. For the record, she should have better asked a male veteran. In conclusion, the mythologization of Great Patriot War up to the present day, from the cultural and historical heritage of Soviet Union to today's modern Russia, excluding aspects even a person creates a deficient collective memory. With this project, Svetlana Alexievich has attempted to integrate the event narrated by eyewitnesses of another era into the collective memory of a Soviet nation. The battle of collectivized memories of an event, in our case in the war, against our individual memory, is achieved through literature, make it mean in the formation of post-Soviet memorial practice. The narrative of women experience lost stories fill the gaps in archival research and historiography that undoubtedly need to be historically verified, as human memory and perception are often not reliable. The choice of this book was not accidental, as today the pattern of a war is repeating itself. The repetition of wars, both real and in the mind of peoples, may be attributed to the fact that there is not enough depth and information on the true nature of the war and the effects it brings to human beings. Thank you, first of all. I'd like to thank also my professors, Yanis Kara and the committee for giving me this opportunity to present today. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Konstantina and Lenny. And there is one important announcement for housekeeping. As the house has to be closed very soon, we have absolutely no time for questions, and for Q&A. But we hope that most of you will join us in the evening in the restaurant, and we will have then the opportunity to discuss everything. As that matter, I would like to ask Professor Victor Neumann to prepare for his keynote speech. And we will be rushing it without a real break because, as it was announced to me during this panel, we really have to get out of the building in about 45 minutes. Is it right? They can hear me, but
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I have the pleasure to present to you our keynote speaker, Professor Victor Neumann from West University from Timișoara. We are very, very happy having him with us. Thank you for coming. And I think that all of us, we are very familiar with his research, but I will also mention three concepts, key concepts: interculture studies, multicultural studies, all this, and conceptual history. All this he made very operating categories through his works, and he is also being for a long time visiting professor at different universities, translate the Cossack in Romanian, and also has been head of the different research departments in Paris, in London, and so on. So we have now the pleasure to ask you to start with your paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me here in Thessaloniki. in this wonderful university. I listen with great pleasure today, many presentations, and of course I like to develop few ideas concerning the Balkans history research, from sensus communis to memories based on the principle of nationality. Of course, here the main aspect is the history of concepts and conceptual history. It's a little bit new for the Eastern Europe, these kind of researches. But I like to mention Reinhard Koselleck is the main professor and historian who published a lexicon together with many other historians and jurists and sociologists, politologists. This lexicon has 8 volumes, and it's one of the biggest contribution in German historiography after the Second World War. And he clarified in this lexicon the language, different meanings of terms from the time perspective, because we use vocabulary, different vocabulary in our time. For example, comparative with communist period, or with fascist period, or with 19th century. For this reason, it's very important to clarify the terms, words, notions, concepts in many languages, not only in German language. For this, in this respect, I suggest to be involved in next time in such researches, because also for the Balkans area, for the Balkan historiography, will be very important to clarify in every language what means key concepts. I started to make a few research in Romanian context, together with historians from Eastern Europe, from Western Europe, from United States, and I published a book, Key Concept of Romanian History, and also another book, Kin People or Nation. This is very important, I think. Recently was published in London, and of course it's based on my researches concerning intellectual history and history of ideas. We cannot clarify the events and facts without history of ideas, history of intelligentsia, of intellectuals. This is very, very important. It's not only cultural history, it's intellectual history and history of ideas. To know the ideologies, for example, in 20th century, it's very important to clarify the evolution of the ideas, including the idea of identity. Okay, I like to present my text, which means the problem of sensus communis. This is okay.
No, there is this one. Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, could you please? Yeah, thank you.
You listen me? That's okay? The paper is the Balkans from sensus communis to memories based on the principle of nationality or fictive ethnicity. The expression was introduced in historiography by Benedict Anderson. The Balkans are an important topic for European historiography. The society of the aforementioned area has often been made up of peaceful people and communities, having fluid identity as dominant feature. Integrated in turn, wholly or partially, into the Roman, Byzantine, Ottoman, Austro-Hungarian and Tsarist empires, the Balkans have played and continue to play a strategic role for the whole of Europe. It's the bridge between Europe and Asia. Segregation into small states entities in the 19th and 20th centuries was the result of Central and Western European doctrinal influences. The enormous interest of the great powers in exerting influence in the region was doublet accompanied by a real, albeit belated, association with the cultural and political administrative structures of Western Europe. In my researches on conceptual history, I explain why time and space have different meanings depending on the individual religious traditions, cultural historical past, and the understanding of specific notions and languages. Nevertheless, they may not offer sufficient justification for historians' usage of dichotomous approaches as tools of investigation. Moreover, the above-mentioned considerations suggest forms of human existence without generating or describing relations or any possible nature between an alleged center and an imaginary periphery. Many times we described Europe in this modality, center and periphery. We consider Paris as a center, or we consider London as a center, and our corner here as a periphery. Eastern and southeastern and Mediterranean area. This is an invention of our imagination. I like to mention a book written by Vesna Goldworthy about this area and about these dichotomous approaches, Inventing Ruritania, the Imperialism of Imagination. It's a wonderful book which explores the archetypes of the Balkan Peninsula and its worlds disseminated through long-established literary and film productions by famous Western artists. For example, the English and American literature have constructed a genuine imaginary geography of the Balkans. These archetypes emerged in the 19th century and have ever since perpetuated in society. Used politics and by the mass media grounded industry of consciousness, these archetypes not only function as clues towards the falsification of realities, but also reveal the manner in which the Balkan region has been exploited as an object of dominant cultures, dialogues about themselves. As a result, the society, and especially the elites of the Balkan region, have had to learn not only the vocabulary of the West, but also the stereotypes it has assimilated. Yes, this is one aspect mentioned and developed by Vesna Goldworthy in her book. Of course, it's another book which explains very well the geography, the role of the infrastructure for history. The book written by Maria Todorova, which is a a very important reference in international historiography and explain with nuances what means this area and not with stereotypes and prejudices. Of course, it's very, very important. Another book, because historiography is very important for me, and I invite you to know the historiography, first of all, not only the history, but also the historiography. Another book was written by Mark Mazauer. Is the title, The Balkans, from the end of Byzantium to the present day. This book, the book reviews the history of the entire southeastern European area as seen through the prism of documentary evidence than legend, social political realities rather than cultural, linguistic, or identity political prejudices. Alongside the old history, it is useful to narrate the new history, which includes the controversial and much disputed Eastern question, the formation of the nation state, and the genesis of domestic and international violence. By comparing the course of events, it is possible to highlight both the long periods in which the Christian, Muslim, and Jewish populations avoided conflict, surviving with their own traditions, and those in which, through visible or invisible influences, the Balkans were transformed, sometimes into a secret necessity, which is the expression of Leopold von Ranke, sometimes into a desired and so-called powder keg of Europe. Finally, I like to underline the research. For everybody, it's very important research, not to copy or to repeat the history and the main facts, or to repeat the historical meanings, the historical writings, because everybody needs to have critical perspective about history and historiography. Research helps to clarify matters. In the century of transition from medieval to modern times, when the Balkans were part of the Ottoman Empire, the majority population, around 80%, was Christian. The native languages spoken were Slavic, Greek, and Romanian. Turkish was the official language, the language of administration, and was mostly spoken in the cities. For example, in the cities of Sarajevo, Skopje, and Sofia, cities controlled by the emperors. It's like in Central Europe, Central Eastern Europe, where because of the Habsburg Empire, the main official language was German, but the majority of the population speak Slavic languages, and also Hungarian and Romanian languages. This is very important for understanding what kind of identity exists behind nowadays reality, behind the national development or national idea. Therefore, despite controversies to Islam, they have not occurred en masse. The Orthodox Christian religion remained the majority. Secondly, the local languages in the Balkan area, Greek, Albanian, Slavonic, Romanian, were spoken by Christians as well as converts to Islam. Finally, for a long period, the population amalgamation in the Balkans blurred the communitarian, linguistic, and even religious differences, hence the identity metamorphosis, the borrowing of values and practices. For example, the architecture of houses and churches, musical art, food culture. We speak today about sarmale. Sarmale exists everywhere in the Balkans, in every language. It comes from the Turkish language. But also many other influences exist in both sides, from Turks to Balkan people and vice versa. That means we have a lot of relations between individuals and communities. All this was made possible by Christian Orthodox ecumenism, the ecumenical patriarchate in Constantinople. It's ecumenical patriarchate in Constantinople. It's not national patriarchate, it's ecumenical patriarchate until the beginning of 19th century, 1830, yes, and the protection of religious practices by the Ottoman Sultanate. As for the life of the villagers belonging to several churches, it can be explained by the fact that the differences cultivated by religious dogmas played a minor role compared to piety, respect for the heavenly powers, wisdom and knowledge of the divinity. Moving from one side of the continent to the other, Balkan intellectuals studied, wrote, and published books, multiplied information, and they created bridges. They built bridges between East and West. In my old book, The Temptation of Homo Europaeus, I described a lot of intellectual activity in the Balkans, which made connections with Italian cultural and academic places, with French, with German, etc., etc. Between others, for example, Teofil Corydaleus and Dimitrie Cantemir were main examples of these relationships between East and West in 17th century and beginning of the 18th century. Other example in the late 18th century and beginning of the 19th century, Ștefan Stratimirovici, Dositei Obradovici, the Transylvanian school with Ioan Budaideleanu, etc. They represent the connections between this area and the western part of the continent. They learned many languages. They wrote in Latin, or they translated books into Greek language or into Slavic languages or into Romanian language, where they published lexicon and dictionaries for better understanding in both sides. What is the problem? Because we have intelligentsia. We have people who learn, who understand, who have connections everywhere, in every corner of Europe. The problem is the majority. The intelligentsia ignored in many times. Even today we realize, yes, in my home country, in which modality the majority was ignored by intelligentsia. That is the difference. They create a gap between elites, especially in 19th century and in 20th century, when the emancipation, the process of emancipation, it's not related with intelligentsia emancipation. The benefit was for the small groups, for small communities, only for small circles, which eventually learned the politicians something. Few ideas, not everything. This is understandable as it's closely linked to medieval habitat, the majority, and the exclusion of the peasantry from the public life, and the non-existence of political rights for the majority throughout the 19th century. even exist declaration, but the schools are very few, and the process of emancipation, economical emancipation, and intellectual emancipation, and political emancipation, and legal legislation emancipation means exclusion for many times. The relationship between social segments, it has the intellectual impact on the multitude, was long overdue also in the Ottoman Europe during the long transition from medieval to modern. Another aspect which is useful for our thinking, for our evaluation of the history and of the transition from medieval period. It's a long transition in the Balkan area. Towns were fewer and played a modest role in the social and cultural life of the inhabitants. Hence, the slow and late reception of Western Enlightenment. Enlightenment was very important, les Lumières en français, Aufklärung, play an important role everywhere in Central and in Western Europe, especially in Western Europe. It's not, here it was only one translation in this area. John Locke was translated into Greek language in the late 18th century, Essays on Human Understanding. But the translator has a lot of problems inside of the community because was excluded because of his translation. This is problematic, and the intelligentsia learned slowly the ideas of enlightenment. Enlightenment was very important for new type of thinking, for rupture in front with the medieval type of thinking. It was Zeitschichten, discontinuity for many cultures in Western Europe. That happened in the Netherlands, in France, in Germany, in German principalities, in the Catholic milieu, but also in the Protestant milieu. Finally, in this condition, when the ideas of enlightenment were very slowly and late reception, the spread of the idea of nationality it was much more facilitated in ecclesiastical and intellectual secular circles. As well, this idea increasingly visible weaknesses of the Ottoman Empire led to a transformation of social and political relations. Gradually, the new doctrine of identity, the national identity that was adopted during the 19th century, was to provoke territorial rivalities between communities within the Balkans, in East Central and in East Central Europe, leading to the formation of the first nation states in the region. Their independence indicates a weak statehood. Their establishment was either challenged by their immediate neighbors or encouraged and controlled by one or more of the great powers. You know from the history what kind of role played here the Germans politicians or the French politicians or the Tsarist Empire. Every great power like to dominate or to use this area for their own interest. It was the case of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in late 19th century. They like to exploit the economical resources while securing a bridgehead to Russia. It happened that some of them exerted an important influence through their intelligentsia. intelligentsia was influenced by the German culture, especially in 19th century. I discovered in my book, King, People or Nation, the role of herder. The herder's influence in this area was translated everywhere in different languages. Yeah. Even by Greeks, intelligentsia was cited in many times. In Romania also during the communist period, people, intellectuals wrote very positively about Herder's ideas, Herder influence. But it's important to read with critical analysis the works written by Herder. Why? Because Johann Gottfried Herder has been concerned with the culture and identity of Balkan communities, identifying their exotic nature, drawing their first maps, revealing their particularities of language, tradition, and folklore. He created the segregation between one and another. He cannot observe the convergences between one group and another group. Herder and Ranke knew that the theory of ethno-nation had had a strong impact in Southeastern European intellectual circles. Völkische Idee, Völkische Kultur, Volksgeist. It was a great impact in 19th century and even in the 20th century, in the first half of the 20th century. It was used by Nazi, of course. And Herder's works were republished, re-edited in interwar period, in many, many copies. Yeah. Why? Because of the Völkische Kultur. That means organicist construction of the nation, not civic construction of the nation. That means cultural construction of the nation, not administrative construction of the nation. Not legislation in the, or juridical culture for construction of the nation. It was organic construction of the nation. Kin, for this, neam in Romanian language, nape in Hungarian language, yes. Narod in Slavic languages. It's a word which not means nation, which is a tribalism. It's not a nation. It's organicist meanings of terms. For this reason, it's important to make research around terms, notions, and concepts for better understanding and to understand the evolution of these terms. Because people use in the language, and of course, for political circles, it's very easy to imprint these concepts and to use in new vocabulary and for new messages, and survived this kind of language in many places, in many corners of our peninsula. In the book dedicated to the history of East European concept, especially to the Romanian concept of identity, I have shown the significance of the cultural equivalences made by Herder. That the German Romantic philosopher had impressed many Westerns with his ideas. The exaggeration of specificities or the ostentatious association of the Eastern European with nature and primitive forms of life became the starting point for the speculative theory of ethno-identity. Unfortunately, the examination of culture and political thought was superficial. In Northern and Western Europe, the psychology of the collectivities and the set of common cultural values of the Balkan populations were inaccessible. The Orthodox religion representing the dominant spiritual platform, far above linguistic particularities, was great unknown to the German Enlightenment and Romantic cultural circles. Orthodoxy, for example, contradict Herder's cherished thesis that language is the soul of the people. In such conditions, the principle of nationality or the fictive ethnicity had become a double-edged sword, and the era of ideology had overvalued identity culture at the expense of democracy. Ethno-differentialism or ethnocentrism was transformed into the first reference of national state identity, not the civic society, not the legal construction of society. For this reason, it was important for many people to search for archetypes, so to search for the old history in the modern time and in the contemporary time. The consequences generated not only territorial segregation inside of the Balkans, where people live together, and then divided memories, of course, from this kind of situation started also divided memories, but also the tragic conflict that occurred throughout the century of extremes. Today, after 2 world wars and the civil war, after 2 totalitarian regimes in many cases of many countries of southeastern Europe, we can safely say that the European tragedies of recent history also have their origins not only in the racist ideology of the Third Reich, of the Hitler Reich, but also in the bloody intersection between the Balkan conflict on ethnocultural or religious grounds and the competition between the great powers. Mark Mazur observed the era of religion was over and the era of nationalist ideology just started. It's a good observation of Mark Mazur, yes, because we have another history before 1800. And after 1800 started new type of history. We cannot relate it immediately, these two times. We must understand what kind of transformation exists inside of society, but especially inside of the history of ideas and the identity. How do we examine the past so as to recognize common histories? It is possible to depoliticize the past, to overcome divided memories. The conceptualization of modernity can be examined in relation to an area geography and to the result of the cohabitation of 2 or more linguistic and religious communities. The conceptualization derives from a state form of organization and administration, from its reform and political philosophies. In the case of the Balkan regions, the multi- and intercultural configuration of the area and its hybrid identities represent a reality that could not be ignored. It's the same in Central Europe, in Central Eastern Europe, even because exists this common language, common official language, and common language for intelligentsia, the German language. There are a lot of documents which indicate the common histories and the common memories too of the inhabitants of the region. For example, here, not far from Thessaloniki, it's a document, fascinating document, which was for many times the representative documents for the identity of people. It's the case of Sarajevo Haggadah, if you know the documents, which represent the Bosnian, the old Bosnian identity. It's a testimony to the coexistence of diversity of religious and cultural communities and their fruitful interference. The history of this book, which was written in, realized in the 14th century in Barcelona. The history of this book transcends not only time and space, but also dogmatic rift between communities. It is both a fascinating and challenging example of intellectual creation and the inheritance of the common heritage defining the cultural plurality of the area, respectively the unity in diversity of the continent. I don't know what kind of symbol is nowadays the Haggadah, but I now continue to exist in Sarajevo, in the Museum of Sarajevo. Was created in 1350 in Catalonia, in Barcelona. And if you like much more, I can give you much more information about this Haggadah. That is beautiful. And was created by Jews and designed by Muslims and survived in Bosnia many times, yes, many centuries. Even during the Austro-Hungarian Empire, when the Vienna museographs like to bring the Haggadah for the museums in Vienna, and the intelligentsia from Sarajevo recovered the document, and during the Second World War also, because Nazis like to destroy it, but they cannot discover it. That is very important. Why Nazis like to destroy these kind of documents? Yeah? It's a good question. Yeah. Now I like to finish my presentation, and I like to listen your questions. Why is this important for understanding the common history and the divided memories? Firstly, the Balkans have a fascinating history, not only because the Sarajevo, because many other cities and other communities and other intellectuals and creations in Constantinople, in Adrianople, in Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki was a great cultural center from 16th century, in Belgrade, in Bucharest, in many other places where we have nice and important creation and works realized during the century. Secondly, the pre-modern and pre-national state roots from 1600 to 1800s are distinguished by plurality and not specificity, by multi and interculturality and not ethnicity, by ecumenical, cosmopolitan or adogmatic spirits and not by monolingualism and dogmatism. Thirdly, working together, the Balkan elites have shown exceptional creativity in many fields, such as theology, philosophy, historiography, literature, geography, arts. In place of conclusion, researches on common histories and divided memories show us that many questions remain open. I wanted to draw attention to the fact that it is important to reflect not only on history itself, but also on contemporary historiography and its singular features, the multiplication of particular narratives and identity claims, the difficult, unstable, disturbing confrontation between the knowledge of historians and the demands of public debates, the importance of critical analysis of historiographical concepts, as well as a renewal of the civic role of the contemporary historian, who is asked to interrogate, contextualize, and problematize the documents and books on the basis of which he develops his research. This is my observation, finally, about about history and historiography, especially about historiography, because we must separate our scientific researches and our scientific books to the political ideology, and not to serve as a ideologist for politicians, because we don't understand, we don't have the comprehensive history if we use for ideological reasons. This is the main message from for today in front of you, not to use as a political meanings or political messages the history, to separate. We are another circle. We must clarify our discipline, first of all. And then we, of course, in public debates for civic education, we can play another role. But it's not the ideology here, and not to serve in any moment the ideological and political activities, because we create confusions, we create not debate, confrontations between one group and another group, polemics between individuals. Even nowadays in my whole country exists this kind of confusions and discussions, contradictory discussions, because of the meanings of history. Yes, and political candidates use the history for conquer the power. No, this is not okay. I like to have scientific history and scientific historiography, and I hope you too. Thank you very much. Questions, if you have. Please.
It was a pleasure, Professor, to listen to you, and I can say that I am almost 95% agree with everything you said, but I just want to ask you something. Can be just a language, one identity, and when I say that, I have, let's say, the Balkan in the 19th century, because for me it's a little bit awkward. For example, we are here now, Panepistimios Macedonias, but still it's another state who proclaim that they call themselves Macedonian, etc. But so can be just a language identity, or needs a lot of, let's say, more complex component to form identity of, or to shape the identity in the 19th century?
Yes, I mentioned the administration is very important to create that identity, and the legislation also, because citizenship is much more important than your home culture, your mother tongue. If exist inside of one or another national communities people who spoke another language than the majority, they can speak, but this is not part of new identity or conflictual identity or competition. If we recognize it's part of the citizenship. Citizenship has many identities, cultural identities. Behind the citizenship exist different identities. Of course, in your home can be with another tradition, not the majority of tradition. Why it's important, this kind of redefinition of identity in many countries? Because we have majority and minorities. Yes, and this is to tolerate or not tolerate the other, and to create real conflicts or or dispute or unknown conflict and the disputes between different groups. Of course, this is very problematic because people learn to be a minority because of the language, because of the religion, because of the... But if we define citizenship, citizenship is much more important. And we have the same law, the same administration, and the same respect for, and of course, one or another official language. And it's important to learn the official language. And this is the possibility to create sensus communis and to learn our common memories, not our divided memories. Yes, because we have a lot in common as personalities, as aspiration, as human beings. Yes, everybody likes to go in one church or another church, but not to create problems with this. Not to create because another use the second language. Not only the state language. He used in another circle for sport or for discussions with friends, with parents, with grandparents, or inside of the churches, etc. But it's simple. That means plurality inside of the citizenship. Plurality is much more important than singularity or specificity. That means democracy, to have plurality, not to have specificity, and to put accent on the specificity. Oh, well, we are the because we speak one or another language, we are superior. Yes. And of course, it's a possibility to discriminate or to create ruptures inside of society if we have majority and minorities. And of course, in this respect, it's important to redefine the identity, not with ethnical issue, because with ethnicity we create this majority and minority. Not with culture, not with language, not with religion, with administrative and legislative issues. Citizenship. This is all and clear. It's a possibility. Okay, thank you so much. Another question? Please.
Maybe this way. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I agree with you that we have to focus on history being neutral to politics, and I think the Balkans have suffered a lot from the politicization of history. I think it's ongoing, an ongoing issue. My question is based on what you said so far about plurality and about going beyond the things which separate people. What is your view on the situation in Ukraine? There are many minorities at the moment, but Ukrainian has been imposed as the only language, and the use of Russian has been banned. Even they're trying to ban it as simple communication between people.
Thank you. First of all, it's important in our area to change the thinking of identity. Of course, in the case of Ukraine, they are in work. It's not possible to discuss such issues for the moment. But after the work, it's possible to start also in intellectual groups, also in Ukrainian circles. But first of all, here in the Balkan area, we have peace, and we have the possibility to discuss free. This is the first time when it's possible to discuss. Even before, during the communist period, it was impossible to discuss this kind of issue. Even communist regime combined, as you know, Milosevic communism with ethnicism. Ceausescu also combined ethnicism with communism. And he created the national, the socialist nation. It was a current inside of Romanian culture, protochronism. Inspired by the fascist movement from interwar period and during the Second World War. That is it's very, very important to clarify, first of all, inside of intelligentsia circle, and then to deliver for the publicum, for high schools, in textbooks, in discussions, in museums, to create another type of museums, yes, and to discuss with much more attention the problem of identity, not to simplify and to send bad messages for the people, just because they learned immediately or they apply immediately, they relate it immediately. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Neumann. I think our time is over, and I would like to clap, to applaud our keynote speaker. I would like to reach out a microphone to someone of the organizational committee to tell us a few words about how to evacuate the building peacefully and how to rejoin for the dinner.
Hello, all of you. You are tired, of course. Please, all the participants, join us for the dinner. It's